Chapter 6:16. In the past, the 4 academies could suppress the imperial power. Now, the 4 deans could only lower their heads before Li Mu and the Empress. The Empress' cultivation had reached the peak of transcendence. If she really fought, she wouldn't be weaker than Xianming. One strand of Emperor Qi could make a 5th realm cultivator reach the 7th realm. 2 strands of Emperor Qi not only allowed Li Mu to transcendence, but his spiritual power was also far stronger than normal 7th realm cultivators. Now, if he met Xianming again, Li Mu could fight her without the sun shooting bow. The 4 deans were quickly sent away by the Empress. After not seeing each other for half a year, Zhou wanted to find a quiet place to spend some time with Li Mu. However, she also knew that Li Mu didn't belong to her alone. She pretended not to care and said, "They should know that you're out. Go back first." Li Mu transmitted his voice. "Then I'll come find you later." Zhou nodded and said, "I'll wait for you here." The 7th realm's divine telekinesis was enormous. Li Mu's divine telekinesis scanned the area and found several familiar auras on the streets of the divine capital. He formed a seal with one hand and appeared on the streets of the divine capital with just a thought. "Master! Savior!" Wan and Xiao Bai saw the figure that they'd been dreaming of for a long time suddenly appear beside them. However, they seemed to remember something and stopped in the air. They stood beside Li Qing and Lu Hanyan. Li Mu stepped forward and hugged them. He said softly, "Sorry for making you wait." A moment later, the family returned to the residence. Wan happily wanted to follow Li Mu into the inner courtyard, but Xiao Bai grabbed her wrist. Wan quickly realized something. She sat down at the stone table in the courtyard and rested her chin on her hands. She mumbled, "Xiao Bai, when do you think Master will realize that we've grown up?" Xiao Bai giggled and said, "I'm not in a hurry. I'll be Savior's person sooner or later anyway." Wan rolled her eyes at him and said, "It's because you're not in a hurry that the other fox got ahead of you. You're such a disgrace to the little fox. You should be more careful in the future." After the wedding, this was the first time Li Mu had been separated from them for so long. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. What happened next was naturally something that Wan and Xiao Bai had to avoid for the time being. Li Mu had obtained the dual cultivation technique from Aoqing and the Demonic Path's Heavenly Book. Came in handy this time. His cultivation had already surpassed Lu Hanyan and Li Qing by a lot. The process of dual cultivation did not improve Li Mu's cultivation much, but it was greatly beneficial to them. Dual cultivation was essentially a fusion of yin and yang. If one was stronger and the other was weaker, it would be beneficial to the weaker party. If their strength was similar, both parties would benefit greatly from it. When he and the Empress reached that stage, perhaps the opportunity for them to reach the 8th level would lie in dual cultivation. Although the 8th level was not the end of cultivation, it was far too difficult to reach the 8th level in today's world where spirit qi was so scarce. The path of advancement through normal cultivation had almost been blocked, and there were no shortcuts like Emperor Qi to take. It could be considered the ceiling of all cultivators. Dual cultivation was different from the matter between men and women. They had to guide yin and yang qi to circulate in their bodies at all times, which was extremely taxing on their divine senses. In less than 4 hours, the 2 women's divine senses were exhausted and they fell into a deep sleep. Li Mu's divine sense was much stronger than theirs, so he did not feel much fatigue. No wonder Aoqing had been merciful all those years ago. He majored in dual cultivation. 2 companions could not satisfy him at all, nor could they support his cultivation. After covering them with blankets, Li Mu's figure appeared in Changle Palace not long after. Mr. Mei, Ali, Cheng Xian, Ling Long, and even Zhongling were not here. Only the Empress sat on the dragon throne, absent-mindedly reading a book. The moment Li Mu appeared in the palace, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Li Mu took a step and was already by her side. Holding her slender waist, he bent down and kissed her. This was his first forceful kiss to the Empress. Before Li Mu went into seclusion, other than the Empress taking the initiative to kiss him, Li Mu almost never had the chance to kiss her. The main reason was that she was too strong. Li Mu could be forcefully kissed, but it was impossible for him to forcefully kiss her. Now, Li Mu was finally at the same level as her. The situation of women being stronger than men was finally going to change. He had waited for this day for a long time. Zhou Yi immediately understood Li Mu's thoughts. She reached out 2 fingers and pressed them against Li Mu's lips. Snorting, she said, "You think you can suppress me just because you're at the 7th level?" Having been seen through, Li Mu said guiltily, "I didn't mean that." Zhou Yi stood up and said, "Good. I also want to know how much you've improved in the past 6 months." Li Mu rubbed his hands and said eagerly, "That's not good." The strength of the Empress had once caused him to dream that their identities had been reversed. If he could really defeat the Empress, the shameful history of him lying in the Empress's arms in his dreams would completely become a thing of the past. Not long after, in the 9-heaven squall above the divine capital, 2 indistinguishable figures were entangled in the 9-heaven squall. The light of spells blossomed into brilliant fireworks in the sky. However, it was daytime now, so the commoners couldn't detect it. The cultivators with high cultivation in the divine capital could feel the waves of mana coming from above. Some people flew up to investigate curiously, but when they got close to the 9-heaven squall, they flew back down dejectedly. The 9-heaven squall above could not only destroy the physical body, but also injure the primordial spirit. It was a forbidden area for cultivators. Those who could fight in the 9-heaven squall were all elites among elites. Just the aftershocks of a battle of that level could destroy their bodies and souls. First, there was a mysterious elite breaking through, and then there was a battle between top elites in the 9-heaven squall. This aroused endless suspicion in the hearts of the cultivators in the divine capital. At this moment, above the divine capital on a white cloud, Li Mu was pinned down by the Empress. All his mana was sealed. He could only beg for mercy. "Your Majesty, I admit defeat. I admit defeat." Reality proved that after breaking through to the 7th realm, Li Mu was still overconfident. Relying on his many Taoist techniques and rich battle experience, he even dared to fight the 5 patriarchs of the demonic way. Then he was taught a lesson by the Empress. There was no distinction between him and the Empress. Apart from not telling her his background, the Empress also knew the remarkable Taoist techniques that he knew. Fighting with the Empress, Li Mu could not gain any advantage at all. While his transcendence energy far exceeded that of a newly ascended 7th-level cultivator, there was still a considerable gap between him and the Empress. From the very beginning, he had been firmly suppressed by the Empress. Now, even his body was being pressed beneath her. Facing the Empress, he could not take out the sun-shooting bow, so he could only admit defeat. Zhou Yi looked down at him and said indifferently, "If you want to suppress me, wait until your cultivation surpasses mine." With that, she leaned down and kissed him domineeringly. Walking on the streets of the divine capital, Li Mu sighed softly. That dream of his would probably last for a while longer. The Empress was different from others. She was a woman and also an Empress. She was unwilling to be under anyone at any time, even if that person was Li Mu. If there was a forced kiss between them, then the one who had the strength to take the initiative would definitely be her. On the way back to the Li residence, Li Mu passed by a street corner. Suddenly, he felt something and looked ahead. There was a flag erected at the corner of the street with the words, "Divine Strategy and Wondrous Calculation," written on it. A sloppy Taoist priest sat behind the flag, leaning against the wall and looking listlessly at the pedestrians on the street. Compared to when he first met the sloppy Taoist priest, the current him was filled with a thick aura of lethargy. More of his hair was white, and brown spots appeared on his face. This was a sign that his lifespan was reaching its end. Looking at the sloppy Taoist priest, Li Mu could not help but sigh in his heart. When he first met the sloppy Taoist priest, he was only a mortal. If it were not for his reminder, Li Mu would probably have died from the scattering of his 7 souls. Later, Li Mu recruited him into the Department of Worship and gave him a talisman of divine secrets, which allowed him to temporarily extend his lifespan. But now, it seemed that he would not be able to break through before his lifespan ended. On the other hand, Li Mu had already broken through before him. Sometimes, the path of cultivation was just this cruel. At the corner of the wall, The scruffy old Taoist priest sensed something and looked ahead, catching sight of a familiar figure. Seeing Li Mu again, he subconsciously wanted to check his cultivation. But when he used his spying ability, all he could see was a cloud of fog. Shocked, he even jumped up from the ground and said with a trembling voice, You. Chapter 6:17. On the street corner of the divine capital, the slovenly Taoist priest stared at Li Mu as if he had seen a ghost. The first time he met Li Mu, he was just a mortal who had lost his 7 souls. At that time, he was already at the peak of the 6th realm and was seeking an opportunity to transcend. He kindly reminded him. The second time they met, Li Mu had already stepped onto the path of cultivation. After that, every time he met Li Mu, his cultivation would become stronger. Until this time, even he could not see through Li Mu's cultivation. There were generally 2 reasons for such a situation. First, Li Mu had a magic treasure that could hide his aura and cultivation. Second, Li Mu's cultivation had already surpassed his. He subconsciously thought that it was the former. However, the feeling that Li Mu gave him was not the former. At this moment, when he faced Li Mu, he even felt like he was facing the Empress of the Great Zhou. The slovenly Taoist priest stared at Li Mu and said in shock, You have already transcended. Li Mu did not know how to answer this question. The main reason was that reality was too cruel for the slovenly Taoist priest. If it was Li Mu, a mortal that he would not even look at a few years ago, had already surpassed him in cultivation, he would feel somewhat disappointed. Li Mu could say, It's just luck. So the person who broke through in the imperial palace was you. The slovenly Taoist priest had a complicated expression on his face. After a long silence, he slowly said, You don't need to comfort me. I have lived for more than 2 decades. I have lived enough. I can't wait to be free. Li Mu looked at him and gently shook his head. He said, I obtained a life-extending technique from the demon sect. It can extend a person's life for another 60 years. Before he could finish, the Taoist priest looked at him in shock and asked, There's such a heaven-defying Tao technique? Li Mu nodded and said, Since we are fated to meet again today, I originally wanted to repay Senior's kindness in the past, but I didn't expect that Senior had already seen through life and death and wanted to be free as soon as possible. Since that is the case, then forget it. The slovenly Taoist priest hurriedly stepped forward and said, Don't. I'm just saying, who doesn't want to live a few more years? Don't forget, I saved your life. Li Mu did not forget about this. Even though he had used a heavenly fortune talisman to settle the debt between them, the debt of saving his life was immeasurable. The grand elders of the various sects had already extended their lives once. Next up would be people like the slovenly Taoist priest, who were nearing the end of their lives but were still stuck at the peak of Dongxian, unable to reach the 7th realm. Compared to the grand elders of the 7th realm, the grand elders were only at the 6th realm, so they used less energy to open the formation. It didn't matter if the slovenly Taoist priest was there or not. Li Mu chuckled. He looked at the slovenly Taoist priest and said, Go to Mount Baiyun and wait for me there. Watching Li Mu leave, the slovenly Taoist priest stroked his snow-white beard. Several years ago, when he was comprehending the great Tao on the streets of Yangqiu County, he had never imagined that his impulsive reminder would be rewarded so richly today. In the past, he had helped Li Mu. Today, Li Mu had helped him. The cycle of karma was wondrous. Half a month later, Li Mu temporarily bid farewell to the Empress. He brought Lu Hanyan and Li Qing back to Mount Baiyun. At this time, the slovenly Taoist priest had already become a guest elder of the Fulu school. According to Xian Jizi, he had asked for it. The slovenly Taoist priest's strength was only below the 7th realm of the sect. Xian Jizi did not refuse such a person who was willing to join the Fulu school, and because of his relationship with Li Mu. Within the Talisman Puppet sect, Violet Cloud Peak's Yu Quanzi only had 10 years of lifespan left. Li Mu asked Xian Jizi to inform the other 4 sects, asking them to choose 2 first seats with the shortest lifespan. Once again, they set up a grand formation to help them extend their lifespan by 60 years. In this way, the grand elders of the 5 Taoist sects would not be affected by their lifespans for the next few decades. On the main peak of Mount Baiyun, Xianjizi looked at Li Mu and stroked the short beard on his chin. He said, "Since junior brother has successfully transcended, it is time for senior brother to give up the position of head teacher." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Senior brother, you should sit on the position of head teacher for now. I am used to being free and undisciplined. I am temporarily unable to bear the heavy responsibility of being head teacher." Although he shouldered the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the sect and had been in charge of all matters of the Fulu school, in reality, he was no different from the head teacher. However, on the surface, the Fulu school still needed Xianjizi to act as the face. After all, Xianjizi's image was that of an immortal Taoist senior. He was not like Li Mu, who had no other good points other than his good looks. Although Xianjizi was helpless, he did not raise any objections. On the surface, he was still the head teacher of the Fulu school, but in reality, Li Mu was the one in charge. As a disciple of the Fulu school, he could only obey Li Mu's arrangements. After arranging the matters of Mount Baiyun, Li Mu went to the Yao Nation. A month before he came out of seclusion, Phantom Princess had already come out. Now, she was a seven-tailed fox and was the true queen of the demons. The 4 great tribes of the Yao Nation had already completed the incorporation of the demon clans. Since the White Emperor, the Yao Nation, which had been in chaos for 3,000 years, was once again unified. For some reason, both Phantom Princess and the Empress wanted to conquer Li Mu in terms of strength. After half a year, this was the first time he met Phantom Princess. The two of them did not linger and reminisce about old times. Instead, they engaged in a battle under Phantom Princess's request. Although Li Mu was helpless, he could only agree. There was no doubt about the result. They both advanced to the 7th level. Phantom Princess only refined 1 spirit of telekinesis, while Li Mu refined 2. The difference between her and Li Mu in terms of spiritual power was like the difference between Li Mu and the Empress. However, Li Mu's attitude towards Phantom Princess was different from the Empress. In terms of strength, Li Mu had never conquered the Empress. All along, he had been the one being conquered. Therefore, he was very eager to conquer the Empress once. Whether it was strength, intelligence, or other aspects, he had already conquered Phantom Princess countless times. He did not have any desire to win against her. In order to take care of her emotions, Li Mu tied with her. Phantom Princess said with some dissatisfaction, "I thought I could finally win against you this time. Why did you advance so quickly?" Li Mu held her hand and asked, "If I don't increase my cultivation, how can I protect you in the future?" Phantom Princess only acted coquettishly in front of Li Mu. Then, she asked expectantly, "Tell me, between me and Zhou, who is stronger?" She did not have a clear understanding of how strong the Empress was. That was why she asked such a question. Li Mu revealed an awkward but polite smile and said, "She is she, you are you. You both have your strengths. Don't compare everything." Chapter 618. Li Mu had only stayed in the Yao Nation for 3 days. Although the Queen of Demons was fragrant, the Master of the Ghost Realm was not to be trifled with. If Suhi knew that Li Mu had come out of seclusion but had not gone to find her, and was instead fooling around with Phantom Princess in the Yao Nation, things would get serious. The more beauties around him, the more Li Mu wanted to be impartial. He could not let anyone feel that he was neglected. The Ghost Realm was shrouded in that strange fog and could not send messages directly. Unlike Phantom Princess and the Empress, who could contact Li Mu at any time, she still did not know that Li Mu had come out of seclusion. After leaving the Yao Nation, Li Mu headed southwest. Fengdu City, which originally belonged to the Rakshasa king, was now the ghost capital of the Ghost Realm. It was the closest to the Great Zhou, and the space there was the most stable. The teleportation formation of the Ghost Realm was built 200 miles outside of Fengdu City. Li Mu had wanted to build it directly in Fengdu City, but the space of the Ghost Realm had been shattered after the ancient war. Could not withstand the power of space. Once the teleportation was activated, it would be swept into the space-time turbulence due to the collapse of space. Considering this reason, Li Mu built the teleportation formation at the edge of the Ghost Realm. 200 miles was not a long distance for the 7th Realm Rakshasa King, King Yanluo, and the others. If one of them was in trouble, the ghost realm would only be delayed in providing support. Li Mu's current speed could not be compared to half a year ago. Soon, the fog-shrouded ghost realm appeared in front of him. He stopped shrinking Earth into an inch and turned into a stream of light, flying into the fog. At this time, the fog outside Fengdu City was abnormally tumbling. Ming Yi, Ming Er, and Ming San faced each other from a distance. Ming Sen looked at him and said in a low voice, "We know that you were forced. This time, the fifth ancestor came to save you. Get out of the way." Ming Yi's expression was complicated. If the fifth ancestor came to the ghost realm to save him, she would not have abandoned them when she was threatened by Li Mu's bow. Him coming here was nothing more than taking advantage of Li Mu's close seclusion to obtain the Ghost Domain Heavenly Book. The past half a year in Ghost Realm was completely different from when he was on Ghost Island. When working under the third and fifth patriarchs, he had to be respectful at all times and carry out all kinds of dangerous missions. But here, the Ghost Lord and Li Mu did not order him around. Although he did not get along well with the Rakshasa King and the other ghosts at first, they became friends as they interacted more often. Every few days, they would get together for a drink. He had never had such a leisurely and comfortable experience before. Although he didn't say a word, he stood in front of Ming Er and Ming San and didn't retreat. A soul spear condensed in his hand and he pointed it at the two from afar. Seeing this, Bai Er asked angrily, "Bai Er, have you betrayed Glory Sect?" Ming San's expression also darkened. He said, "Don't talk nonsense with him. Capture him and hand him over to the fifth ancestor." As soon as he finished speaking, the two rushed toward Bai Er. The Yu and Ming elders' cultivations were about the same, so Bai Er was soon at a disadvantage. At this moment, a cloud of black fog flew over from afar, and Rakshasa King's voice came from the fog. "Old ghost, don't be afraid. I'm here to help you." With Rakshasa King's help, the pressure on Ming Yi decreased, but Yenluo King, Yuxia King, and Azura King were a little flustered. The fifth ancestor of the demonic path came prepared this time. They knew the strength of Fengdu, and there were 6 seventh realm cultivators with them, which was one more than them. In a battle of the same level, one more person could determine the outcome of the battle. The sky above Fengdu was covered by a huge black lotus. Su He used the ghost controlling technique, but it was useless. With her current 6th realm cultivation, she could not participate in such a battle. Ming Yi and the 4 ghost kings were held back, while Xian Ming and another black-robed man suppressed the ghost servant. Xian Ming's strength was about the same as the ghost servant's, and the black-robed man's strength was not ordinary either. Even the powerful ghost servant was not a match for the two of them. He was injured several times, and his aura kept weakening. At a certain moment, Xian Ming whispered to the black-robed man, "You hold him back." As soon as he finished speaking, he left the battle and flew towards Su He, who was standing on the city wall of Fengdu. The ghost servant's expression changed. He wanted to teleport over, but he was stopped by the black-robed man. Xian Ming had already locked onto Su He's aura. He reached out his pale and slender hand to grab Su He. Just as he was about to touch Su He, a fist appeared from the void. Boom! The fist and palm collided, and a huge wave of dermic power swept out. It was absorbed by the array on the city wall, but the ground outside the city caved in. A man's figure appeared in front of the woman on the city wall. Xian Ming's expression changed slightly. The dermic power in this fist was not weaker than hers. Moreover, from the fist just now, she felt that the opponent's physical body was not weaker than hers. Other than corpse cultivators and dragons, she had never met anyone with such a strong physical body. After seeing the person's face clearly, Xian Ming's expression changed drastically. She retreated quickly, but the person followed closely behind her like a shadow. Li Mu was in seclusion to refine the emperor's qi. This was not a secret in the sage sect. However, Xian Ming did not expect that he would succeed so quickly. With a level 7 cultivation and that terrifying sun-shooting bow, she was no longer Li Mu's opponent. Facing Li Mu's close approach, her fingernails grew rapidly. Like 10 sharp swords, they stabbed toward Li Mu. For corpse cultivators, the most powerful thing was always their bodies. Xian Ming wanted to fight hand to hand, but Li Mu did not use any supernatural powers. Golden light flashed on his body. Golden light radiated from his arm and met Xian Ming's fingernails. Then a string of fire burst out in the void. Both of them retreated hundreds of feet. This attack was evenly matched. Li Mu let out a long breath. From now on, the history of him being suppressed by Xian Ming was gone. He did not take out the sun-shooting bow. With the sky-breaking spear in hand, he disappeared instantly. At the same time, a long sword appeared in Xian Ming's hand. She stabbed forward without any hesitation. Cold light flashed in the void. The tip of the sword and the spear collided. The aftershock spread out and even affected the other people's battle. Whether it was Luoxia King and the other cultivators of the demonic path, they all stopped fighting at the same time. They stood on two sides with clear lines of shock in their eyes. Ming Er and Ming San did not expect that Li Mu, who had to run away from them not long ago, could actually be on par with the five forefathers. Luoxia King and the others were even more shocked. More than half a year ago, Li Mu still had to rely on that terrifying bow to force the woman in white to retreat. However, in just half a year, he was able to fight the woman in white head-on without using that bow. Such speed of growth was truly shocking. In an instant, these two figures became the focus of everyone's eyes. Obviously, the outcome of this battle would determine the outcome of the two forces. Everyone in the field had a tacit understanding not to interfere. Li Mu felt a huge force coming from the tip of the spear. His body was bounced back again. The sword in her hand was obviously a magic treasure that was not inferior to the sky-breaking spear. Even Ao Xian would have to avoid a peak Xianming cultivation. Li Mu did not underestimate his opponent. He used the demon-slaying protection incantation and summoning wind and rain at the same time. In an instant, the space where Xianming was filled with wind and lightning. The rain was mixed with wind and lightning, and it swept towards her. The power of a past magic power executed by a level 7 cultivator was naturally extraordinary. Ming Er, Luoxia King, and the others looked at the area from afar and shuddered. This was a magic power that could seriously injure or even kill a level 7 cultivator. In the face of this magic power that even a level 7 cultivator would find difficult to resist, a wave of heat surged out of Xuanming's body. The wave of heat swept over, and the rain that fell on her evaporated instantly. The dark clouds above were also affected and dispersed. The wind that blew on her body could only make her hair flutter. Wherever the wave of heat passed, the wandering souls in the surroundings also disappeared instantly. The Azura King and the others who were watching the battle from afar were forced back into Fengdu City. White light flashed outside Li Mu's body. It formed a spherical shield that protected his body. Although this wave of heat could not hurt his body, Li Mu's clothes could not withstand it. If he was not careful, he would be naked with everyone present. In the two short exchanges, neither Li Mu nor Xianming had the upper hand. In a fight between cultivators of the same level, especially those at the peak of their cultivation, it was hard to determine the winner in a short time. There was almost no magic power that could be executed by a level 7 cultivator that could end a cultivator of the same level in an instant. The terrifying thing about the sun-shooting bow was its instantaneous explosive damage. No magic or Dao technique could achieve that. Li Mu and Xianming were hundreds of feet away from each other. They did not attack again. Both of them knew very well that under normal circumstances, neither of them could do anything to the other. They could only keep exhausting each other and gamble on who would be the first to die. Of course, this was only under normal circumstances. When Li Mu extended his hand and retrieved the sky-piercing spear, Xuanming's expression changed drastically. He waved his sleeves and swept up the few demon Dao cultivators beside him. His figure gradually faded. "Freeze!" At this moment, Li Mu said softly. His fading figure paused for a moment and then disappeared. But beside him there were two figures who were left behind. Ming Er and Ming San stood in place, stunned. The Azura King, Yanluo King, Rakshasa King, Yuxia King, Gue Yi, and the ghost servant slowly looked at them. Chapter 619. I'll leave these two to you. Senior Ghost Servant, follow me. After handing Nightmare 2 and Nightmare 3 to Luoxia King and the rest, Li Mu waved his sleeves. His and the ghost servant's figures gradually faded and disappeared. Above the West Sea, a white line rapidly headed south. Along the way, the seawater evaporated, and countless fishes and prawns died. When the aquatic demons felt those powerful auras, they were so frightened that they fled into the deep sea, not daring to show their faces. Wherever the white line passed, a sixth-level flood dragon lay on the bottom of the sea, trembling. After cultivating for close to 100 years, he had never seen such a huge formation. The 5 auras that passed by just now gave him a strong sense of oppression. They were undoubtedly 7th-level powerhouses. Those powerhouses left quickly. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, another 2 powerful auras swept over from behind. This flood dragon did not dare to reveal any of its aura. It waited until the surface of the sea calmed down before it dared to show its head. Looking in the direction where those powerhouses disappeared, its eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, it finally realized that the 2 people who came later seemed to be chasing after the 5 people. 2 7th-level powerhouses chasing after 5 7th-level powerhouses. What was going on? Although he was very curious, he was still afraid of those powerhouses' auras. He did not dare to go closer to watch. Swinging his tail, he swam towards the deep sea. Xian Ming brought a few subordinates and escaped from the ghost realm of the Shang continent to the West Sea. From the West Sea to Yenzhou, she flew all the way to the South Sea. In her 10,000 years of cultivation, she had rarely been in such a sorry state. When Li Mu was at 6th level, he could already hurt her with the sun-shooting bow. Now that he was at 7th level, his dermic powers were 10 times stronger than before. He only needed to shoot an arrow with all his strength to kill her on the spot. 10,000 years of inheritance would be destroyed by 1 arrow. With the sun-shooting bow in hand, the only one in Sage Sect who could kill Li Mu was the 3rd Elder. But the moment the 3rd Elder stepped out of Ghost Island, he would be stopped by Tianjizi. This was why Li Mu could do whatever he wanted on the mainland. In Yenzhou, on an endless grassland, wherever Xian Ming passed, the vegetation would wither and turn to dust. Her speed was extremely fast, but in the path she had to pass, there was a ripple in the void and 2 figures appeared. Li Mu's shrinking technique allowed him to cross hundreds of miles easily. In the past, he had been unable to escape the pursuit of the mysterious underworld being. However, the situation was reversed now. The 5 demonic Dao ancestors would not be able to escape his grasp. Li Mu gave the sky-breaking spear to the ghost servant for the time being. He held the sun-shooting bow in his hand. Before he could draw the bow, Xian Ming said in a cold voice, "After shooting the arrow, do you still have the power to resist?" She wasn't exaggerating. Li Mu was sure that if he shot an arrow with all his strength, even if Xian Ming didn't die, he would be like Blood River and lose all his fighting power. However, at that time, Li Mu would not have a single drop of magic power left. The ghost servant would be besieged by the others, especially with the black-robed man around. It would be difficult for him to win. At that time, Li Mu's magic power would not have recovered and he would be in a dangerous situation. Exchanging one with Xian Ming was obviously not a smart decision. He thought for a moment and suddenly shot the bow at the black-robed man. He only used 10% of his magic power for this arrow. It was enough to kill an initial Transcendent Realm expert. The black-robed man's expression changed when he was targeted by the sun-shooting bow. However, he couldn't dodge. A black light flickered on his body. Suddenly, a scale flew out from his chest and met the arrow. Boom! The golden arrow and the black scale collided and exploded. A spatial crack swept out. Xian Ming quickly retreated with the others. The black-robed man only spat out a mouthful of blood. He actually blocked the sun-shooting bow's arrow. Dragon race? Li Mu recognized the black-robed man from the scale. He was actually a 7th realm black dragon. The dragon race's strength was already higher than those of the same realm. In addition, they had strong bodies and powerful supernatural powers. Human and Yao cultivators of the same realm couldn't do anything to them. The scale that flew out from his body was one of the dragon race's life-saving supernatural powers. The only reverse scale on their body was refined into a magic treasure. It would fly out at a critical moment to protect their body. Could block a fatal blow for them. The arrogant dragon race was actually willing to be a subordinate of the demonic path. Li Mu didn't hesitate and drew the bow again. At this moment, Xian Ming suddenly grabbed the air and grabbed a figure from the flask heaven space. The figure blocked in front of her. She coldly looked at Li Mu and said, "Try shooting another arrow." Seeing Xian Ming grabbing the shoulder of the white-robed female corpse in front of him, Li Mu's face darkened. He raised the sun-shooting bow and aimed at the sky. An arrow light whizzed by and disappeared in the sky. The female corpse that Xian Ming used as a threat had the same face as Su He. It was Su He's body under the altar in the Bay of Clearwater. After she risked her life to save Su He, she disappeared alone. Li Mu and Su He never saw her again. Although she was an independent body, she still had an inseparable relationship with Su He. She didn't expect that she would fall into Xian Ming's hands. Xian Ming saw Li Mu's reaction and knew that she had made the right bet. He really cared about the spiritual corpse in her hands. In her previous life, she had already made preparations for this life. She had set up altars in countless places to cultivate spirit corpses that would accept her memory inheritance. Although she had only chosen one in the end, those altars had all been left behind. To cultivate the spiritual corpses that were compatible with her, she had sealed a drop of her essence blood in each altar. When Li Mu had forced her out of the ghost domain, she had felt the aura of her essence blood at the border of the ghost domain. Following this aura, she had easily found the spiritual corpse. At first glance, Xian Ming had guessed the connection between the spiritual corpse and the female ghost by Li Mu's side. She had conveniently taken her away to deal with today's situation. Li Mu held the sun-shooting bow. He could shoot Xian Ming to death. However, before that, she would destroy the spiritual corpse that Su He had turned into. Xian Ming looked at Li Mu and said, "Give me all the heavenly scriptures. Otherwise, I will kill her." Li Mu looked at her as if she was an idiot and asked, "Do you think it's possible?" Xian Ming frowned and said, "Give me back the heavenly scriptures you stole from the holy sect." Li Mu shook his head and said, "You can't threaten me." Xian Ming's sharp fingernails scratched Su He's spiritual corpse's neck, leaving some shallow marks. She said, "Then you should collect her corpse." Li Mu wasn't moved. With an indifferent face, he said, "You can do whatever you want. You kill her and I will kill you. It's revenge for her." Xian Ming frowned. "You don't want to save her?" Li Mu asked back, "Why should I save her?" Xian Ming said, "She's the one you like. She and that woman have the same origin. They look exactly the same." Li Mu looked at her and said indifferently, "Shallow, the appearance is only the appearance. The inner beauty is the real beauty. If you really like someone, you shouldn't just like her appearance. Besides, I already have one with such an appearance. What's the point of having another one? Is she worth exchanging the heavenly scriptures for?" Although Xian Ming had cultivated for 10,000 years and had rich experience in fights of magical powers, she knew nothing about the relationship between men and women. The bodies that she inherited the memories from were all adult women. Their memories were erased. After receiving her inheritance, only battles and expansion accompanied them. She thought that the reason why Li Mu would yield was because of the memories about Ao Qing from thousands of years ago. Ao Qing had many companions. Not only were there sisters who looked similar, but there were also female cultivators who had the same origin as Ao Qing. Li Mu's temperament was very similar to Ao Qing's to a large extent. She thought that Li Mu would yield because of this, but she realized that she was wrong. At this moment, Li Mu looked at Xian Ming and said, "Or, you can choose to let her go. I will let you go." There was only Li Mu and the ghost servant. It was not realistic to keep Xian Ming and these people. It was better to exchange for Su He's spiritual corpse, which could solve one of her worries. Li Mu's words made Xian Ming sink into contemplation. Apparently, in Li Mu's heart, the heavenly book was more important than the woman's spiritual corpse. And this spiritual corpse was more important than her. If Li Mu didn't care about the spiritual corpse, one arrow could destroy her 10,000 years of effort. At that time, although Xian Ming's spiritual power would be exhausted, the ghost servant could protect him and retreat safely. Xian Ming pondered for a while and suddenly pushed Su He's spiritual corpse towards Li Mu. Then, he led the few people beside him and fled towards the south. Li Mu couldn't chase after Xian Ming because Su He's spiritual corpse was unconscious. Her body was burning red. Before Xian Ming left, he had planted the corpse fire poison in her body. If Li Mu didn't care about her and went to chase after Xian Ming, she would be burned to ashes by the corpse fire poison from the inside out. She was worthy of being one of the few old monsters who had lived for 10,000 years. She only used this trick to delay Li Mu. Li Mu held the spiritual corpse. Her eyebrows and hair were covered with white frost. Her body was gradually frozen. However, the ice layer close to her body quickly melted into water and then condensed again. Li Mu kept dispersing the corpse fire in her body and said to the ghost servant, "Let's go back first." He held the spiritual corpse and disappeared in a flash. At this time, Xian Ming's face was as cold as ice among the figures who were rushing to the South Sea. Because of Li Mu's appearance, the operation led by her had failed again. Every time she met Li Mu, he would become stronger. Now, in terms of spiritual power, he wasn't weaker than her. With the sun shooting Bao, even she had to run away. Unknowingly, Li Mu's threat to the sage sect had surpassed Xuanzong. He had become their biggest enemy. After returning to the Ghost Island, she went straight to the high tower in the center. Not long after, on the high tower of the Ghost Island, the third forefather heard Xian Ming's words and slowly opened her closed eyes. She said, "Whether it's Xuanzong or Li Mu, don't worry about them. The two senior brothers are about to come out. You should also immediately go into seclusion to increase your cultivation. The curtain is about to open." Xian Ming's face was filled with joy. Senior brothers have finally come out. The third forefather nodded. Then, she looked at the horizon and said in a low voice, "We have waited for 10,000 years for this day. Tianjizi, let's see how you will stop them when the time comes." Soon, Xian Ming flew out of the high tower. She looked at the man in black and said, "Ao Xian's sun shooting Bao is in Li Mu's hands. You know what to do, right?" The man in black nodded and said, "I will return to the clan and inform the elders." Chapter 620. Ghost Domain, Fengdu. In a quiet room, Li Mu placed his palms on the back of the spirit corpse. The cold air from his palms continuously flowed into her body. Around the two of them were countless fulu. The fulu produced endless cold air and the entire room was covered in a layer of ice. The poison of Xian Ming's corpse fire was extremely overbearing. Li Mu spent several hours to help her get rid of it. When the last trace of fire poison was removed, the spirit corpse's eyes suddenly opened. Feeling that there was someone behind her, she seemed to have recalled something. Her face quickly became alert. Her body suddenly turned, and the two sharp teeth at the corner of her mouth shone with cold light. She bit towards Li Mu's neck. Li Mu reached out and pinched her mouth in time, saying, "Don't bite, it's me." When she saw Li Mu, the spirit corpse's expression froze. Her alert expression gradually disappeared. Her rapidly growing nails also retracted. She began to look around with a confused gaze. Until she saw Su He standing at the door of the quiet room. A trace of joy naturally appeared on her face. Li Mu stood up, clapped his hands and left the quiet room. He said to Su He, "You talk to her." Since the day the spirit corpse was born, she had been in the underground altar. It had only been a few years since she came out. Her intelligence was about the same as a child's. Perhaps only Su He could communicate with her without hindrance. Li Mu came outside. Ming Er and Ming San had already been captured. Although they were hooting loudly just now, they were now like ostriches with their heads lowered. Before Li Mu came back, Ming Yi had already persuaded them. Before the three elders of Yu and Ming submitted to the demon sect, they were brothers with different surnames. They had been together for dozens of years and knew each other very well. Ming Yi's action saved Li Mu a lot of effort. He ordered the two to hand over their soul blood and then began to think about something. Due to the special geographical environment of the ghost domain, communication and support were extremely inconvenient. This time Li Mu happened to arrive, but the next time might not be so coincidental. After careful consideration, he decided to move Fengdu to the edge of the ghost domain near Great Zhou. In this way, if the mysterious underworld race were to make a comeback, as long as the teleportation formation was activated, everyone would be able to provide support immediately. After waiting for a while, Su-He walked out of the hall with a spirit corpse that looked exactly like her. The spirit corpse followed closely behind her, as if treating her as its backbone. Her spiritual intelligence was no more than 10 years old. There were two identical Su-He's. One was mature and charming, while the other looked somewhat silly. When they walked together, the contrast was huge. Li Mu had asked Su-He about it. After they parted, the spirit corpse had instinctively come to the ghost realm, found a place rich in yin qi, and began to cultivate. After that, she was captured by Xian Ming and locked in a narrow space. When she appeared again, she was already a hostage. At first, Li Mu couldn't figure out how Xian Ming could find her so accurately. Later, he thought that the altar under the Bay of Clearwater was too strange. It must have been the work of the demon sect. Thinking about the content recorded in the heavenly book, Li Mu was almost certain that this was the altar that Xian Ming had prepared to refine the host. By a freak combination of factors, it became the spirit corpse that Su-He's body. He looked at the spirit corpse that was standing closely behind Su-He and said to Su-He, "Since she's following you now, you should give her a convenient name. You're Su-He, how about calling her Su-Miao?" Su-He rolled her eyes and said, "What kind of name is that?" Li Mu said, "You're he, she's Miao. You two are originally one. I think it's quite suitable." Before Su-He could respond, the spirit corpse behind her murmured, "Su-Miao, my name." Under Li Mu's hasty decision, Su-Miao became her name. She had a natural closeness to Su-He, like she was her younger sister. Li Mu thought that he had a twin sister-in-law that wasn't very smart. Thinking about what happened just now, he said to Su-He, "There's something I need to discuss with you. I want to move Fengdu to the edge of the ghost domain. This way, it'll be easier to send messages and support in the future." The enclosed environment of the ghost domain was indeed a big drawback. Su-He nodded and said, "You decide." 3 days later, the gates of Fengdu were tightly shut. All the ghost citizens were urgently summoned back to the city. They stayed in their own residences and were not allowed to go out. According to the guards of the Ghost Lord's mansion, Fengdu was going to be moved. They couldn't figure out how to move such a big Fengdu. Just as they were wondering, the ground under their feet suddenly shook at noon. Even though the ghosts in the city were extremely curious, they had already received orders and couldn't go out to investigate. Fengdu was shaking non-stop. If one looked from outside the city, the entire Fengdu had been uprooted from the ground and was floating 1,000 feet high. A giant bell enveloped the city, and there were several formations carved into the city. Within each formation, there was a figure sitting inside. Li Mu sat cross-legged in the largest array. For the relocation of Fengdu, he had captured all the 7th realm experts of the ghost domain. The 4 ghost kings, the 3 elders of Yu and Ming, the ghost servants, and Li Mu 9 7th realm experts, worked together to cast spells and easily uprooted Fengdu. Under the protection of the Dao Bell, they slowly moved towards the east. The space of the ghost domain wasn't stable, so Fengdu couldn't move too quickly. The 9 people used 7 days to move Fengdu to the new location. Li Mu had already ordered the 6th realm ghost cultivators under Su-He to empty the mountains there and create a plane to place Fengdu. Then, he also moved the transportation array over. Now, even if the 3 patriarchs of the demon sect came personally, the ghost domain would be safe. After everything was settled, Li Mu summoned the 3 elders of Yu and Ming. "Greetings, Lord." After being persuaded by Ming Yi for a few days, Ming Er and Ming San were much more well-behaved. After entering the hall, they respectfully bowed to Li Mu. After all, their lives were in his hands, so they had to be respectful. Li Mu crossed his arms and looked down at Ming Er and Ming San. He said, "Tell me everything you know about the demon sect." All along, the demon sect had been powerful and mysterious in everyone's eyes. Until now, Li Mu didn't know much about the demon sect. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you win every battle. The enmity between him, Xian Ming, and the demon sect couldn't be resolved. The more information he knew, the more advantageous it would be for him. Ming Er looked up at Li Mu and said, "The sage sect? Ahem." Ming Yi coughed loudly. Ming Er immediately changed his words. "The demon sect's influence is spread across the 10 continents. What I know is only the Zhu continent." At Li Mu's request, Ming Er and Ming San told him everything they knew. During this time, the third elder had entrusted them with important tasks, so they knew more than Ming Yi. After hearing everything, Li Mu's heart sank. The demon sect had 3 headquarters on the mainland. The ghost island in the depths of the South Sea was controlled by the third elder, who was at the 8th realm. The other 2 headquarters of the demon sect were in Yenzhou and Juku. Everyone knew that there were 10 continents in the world, as well as the 3 islands that only existed in legends. Among the 10 continents, not all of them were as powerful as the Zhu continent. Changzhou and Fenglin were in the southeast of the Zhu continent. Compared to the Great Zhou, they were sparsely populated and didn't have many countries. Yingzhou was full of poisonous miasma and wasn't suitable for human habitation. Shenzhou and Yuan were in the extreme north, so they were even more desolate. The remaining Juku, Lu, Zhu continent, Shang, and Yenzhou were all large continents with large populations. They were also places where the demon sect had been active for the past 10,000 years. Among them, the demon sect's second elder was in charge of Yenzhou. The demon sect's first elder was in Juku. The ghost island was more powerful than all the Taoist sects combined. The demon sect had 2 headquarters like the ghost island. This wasn't good news. The only thing that comforted Li Mu was that the demon sect's ancestors weren't ranked based on who was more powerful. Perhaps in ancient times they were ranked based on strength. However, after so many generations, they would encounter all kinds of unexpected factors, causing them to be reborn at different times. This time, the third elder was the first to be reborn. He was also the strongest among the ancestors. The demon sect's first elder and second elder hadn't reached the 8th realm yet. This could be considered good news, but it wasn't entirely so. Combining the fragmented memories of Blood River and the words of the 3 elders of Yu and Ming, Li Mu knew that the demon sect's current strength might be at its peak in the past 10,000 years. This didn't refer to absolute strength. After all, 10,000 years ago, there were many 9th realm cultivators. Just one of them would be enough to destroy the current demon sect. At that time, the demon sect had countless powerful cultivators. Several 9th realm cultivators would appear at the same time. However, the cultivation world at that time was also full of powerful cultivators. The demon race, the dragon race, the ghost race, and the human race could all suppress the demon sect. Now, although the demon sect had declined, the entire cultivation world of the continent had declined even more. If the other 2 demon sect ancestors reached the 8th realm, they would be invincible and sweep the continent. It was only a matter of time before the demon sect's 3 elders reached the 8th realm. Thinking of this, Li Mu sighed softly. He was a little worried. Chapter 6:21. The reality in front of Li Mu was that if 3 8th-level cultivators appeared in the demonic path, even if he counted Xuanzong, the righteous path would not be a match for the demonic path. In terms of relative strength, the demonic path was in its best era in the past 10,000 years. Although the speed of his strength increase could be called miraculous, in front of the demonic path, it was far from enough. The Fulu school, the various Taoist sects, and everyone around Li Mu urgently needed to increase their strength. Only then would they have the strength to face the calamity that could befall them at any time. Li Mu unreservedly imparted to Su Miao the supernatural abilities of the corpse cultivator from the demonic path heavenly book. Then he left her a mirror-breaking pill. The ghost realm was very suitable for her cultivation. With Su He's help, she should be able to reach the 6th level in the near future. After discussing with Su He, she also planned to teach some important ghost techniques in the demonic path heavenly book to the 4 ghost kings and Feng Yi. This could not quickly increase their strength, but it could increase their combat strength. When facing enemies of the same level, they would be able to fight 5 against 6 or even 7. At the same time, under the arrangement of the ghost servant, Su He also prepared to go into seclusion to break through. Her method of breaking through was similar to Huan Ji's but also different. Huan Ji was the same as Li Mu and the Empress. In essence, she broke through by refining the spirit of psychokinesis. Su He had the heavenly book. She was the master of the countless ghosts in the ghost realm. Through the demonic path heavenly book, she could borrow the power of the billions of souls in the ghost realm to break through. In a way, the significance of her advancement was more important than Li Mu's advancement. Becoming a ghost spirit meant that she could control all the ghosts and ghost cultivators in the ghost realm, including the 7th-level wandering souls. She would become the true master of the ghost realm. If she wanted to reach the 7th level, she would probably have to go into seclusion for a year and a half. They would not be able to see each other for a long time. Li Mu stayed in the ghost realm to accompany her for a few more days. She had originally thought that they could spend a few days together and take a big step forward in their relationship before she went into seclusion. However, she did not expect that their time together would eventually become a threesome. Su Miao followed Su He like a shadow. Every day she would follow them 24 hours a day. No matter what Li Mu did, she would blink her big eyes and look at them. A few days later, Li Mu finally couldn't take it anymore. He looked at her and said, "Meow meow, can you go play by yourself and leave me and your sister alone for a while?" Hearing Li Mu's words, she immediately grabbed Su He's arm and glared at Li Mu, baring her 2 sharp teeth at him. Li Mu was naturally not afraid of her. He pinched her mouth and said fiercely, "If you dare to bite me, I will pull out your teeth." Su Miao obviously knew that Li Mu was not someone she could afford to provoke. She immediately hid behind Su He, but she still stared at him with a pair of big eyes. Li Mu couldn't argue with her. He could only take her everywhere with Su He. However, he couldn't help but think that if the two of them slept together in the future, she must accompany them. This was too exciting. Li Mu was not Ao Qing and had never experienced this kind of happiness. In the end, Li Mu still didn't have time to do anything with Su He and left the ghost realm alone. The reason why he left earlier than planned was that he had just received a sound transmission from Shen Jizi that Fu Daozi had come out of seclusion. After he came out of seclusion, Fulu School had another transcendent powerhouse. Fu Daozi's breakthrough was definitely not as simple as the addition of the super powerhouses of Fulu School. Whether it was Shen Jizi, Yuzhen Zi, Fulu School, other 7th realm powerhouses of the 6th sex, Li Mu, the Empress, or Phantom Princess, their breakthroughs were all with the help of external forces, not relying on their own cultivation. However, Fu Daozi was different. He was obsessed with studying the Fulu Dao. After Li Mu cracked the heavenly book of Fulu School, he went into seclusion for several years and finally comprehended the Fulu Dao and successfully broke through. This was the true transcendent. Even if he had just broken through, his strength was far from what other powerhouses who had advanced for many years could compare to. Bayun Mountain. A stream of light flew in from outside the mountain and landed on the main peak. Li Mu quickly walked into the central Taoist palace and cupped his fists to a radiant old man. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, master." Fu Daozi looked at Li Mu and laughed. Then, he patted him on the shoulder and said, "The most worthwhile thing in my life is to have a disciple like you." Then, his tone changed and his face darkened. He said, "I already know what happened in the past few years. Xuanzong bullied Fulu School because it was weak. I will avenge you. Come with me to the East Sea and I will seek justice for you." As he spoke, his body naturally emitted a fierce aura. In the main hall, except for Li Mu, even the other 2 supreme elders and Shen Jizi felt the pressure double and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. As expected of a transcendent powerhouse who had advanced on his own, Li Mu estimated that Fu Daozi's strength was already above the 7th realm Black Dragon of the Demon Sect. He was only slightly weaker than Shen Ming and the Empress. In the entire Xuanzong, only Tian Jizi's strength was above him. However, the gap between their realms was like a heavenly punishment that couldn't be overcome. Li Mu smiled and said, "Master, don't be angry. The grudge with Xuanzong will be settled sooner or later, but not now. Now that the demon sect is closing in step by step, these grudges should be put aside." Fu Daozi slowly withdrew his aura and said, "Disciple, you know the big picture. Xuanzong will remember this debt for the time being." At this time, 2 figures walked in from outside the hall. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing walked to Fu Daozi's side and said respectfully, Greetings, Martial Granduncle. Li Mu introduced them to him. This is Han Yan. Master, you have seen her before. This is Qing Er. They are both my wives. Both of them? Fu Daozi was stunned, and then he glanced at Li Mu with a meaningful gaze and said, Since they are my disciples' wives, then there's no need to call me Martial Granduncle. If both of you are willing, then you can become my disciples. In this way, both of you will be of the same generation, and it would prevent others from gossiping. Both of them were stunned, and then they looked at Xian Jizi and Yuzhen at the same time. If they became Fu Daozi's disciples, then their former master would become their senior brother and senior sister. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing didn't know if they should agree or not. Meanwhile, Fu Daozi glanced at Xian Jizi and Yuzhen, and then he asked, What? Both of you have a problem with that? No, of course not. Xian Jizi's expression changed, and he immediately said to both of them, Junior sisters, quickly greet Master. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. Both of them returned to their senses and immediately knelt on the ground to greet Fu Daozi as their master and disciple. When he walked out of the Dao Palace on the main peak, Li Mu was in an extremely happy mood. Master is really considerate. My relationship with Lu Hanyan and Li Qing is really a bit messy. Martial uncle and two beautiful martial nieces have become Dao companions, and those who don't know the truth would think that I'm some improper senior. Senior brothers and junior sisters were a match made in heaven, and this was a common practice in the various large sections. So, no one would be able to gossip about them in the future. The news that Grand Supreme Elder Fu Daozi had ascended to the 7th realm and had accepted Elder Lu and Elder Li as his disciples quickly spread throughout White Cloud Mountain. With the addition of another expert to the sect, all the elders and disciples of the various peaks were greatly excited. At the same time, Elder Lu and Elder Li, who were originally 3rd-generation disciples, had become 2nd-generation disciples, and this caused quite a bit of heated discussion in the sect. Such a thing was impossible in the past. Obviously, the reason why they could have such privileges was because of Martial Uncle Ling Jizi. The resources that the 2nd-generation disciples could enjoy and their status in the sect were far from what the 3rd and 4th-generation disciples could compare to. Through this matter, the group of low-level disciples seemed to have found a shortcut to cultivation. If they could become Martial Uncle Ling Jizi's Dao companions, wouldn't they be able to become 2nd-generation disciples and not have to worry about their cultivation in the future? Therefore, in the next few days, the male disciples of Fulu School were surprised to find that some of the female disciples in the sect had changed from their usual plain and simple appearance. They were all dressed up gorgeously, and their clothes were also extremely gorgeous. They were flying around aimlessly between the various peaks. Li Mu was completely unaware of this. He was in seclusion on White Cloud Mountain to comprehend a divine ability. At a certain moment, Li Mu, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, dark clouds gathered in the sky above White Cloud Mountain. Then, a rolling voice came from the clouds. Li Mu, you brat! Return the treasure of my dragon clan. Chapter 6:22. Dark clouds covered the sky above White Cloud Mountain. Lightning snakes danced in the clouds, and a few black shadows could be vaguely seen shuttling back and forth. Li Mu left the cave abode and flew into the sky as soon as he heard the voice. At the same time, several figures also rose into the sky from the various peaks. Fu Daozi looked angry and shouted, Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in my White Cloud Mountain? As his voice fell, a sound wave spread out. Wherever the sound wave passed, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and 3 black dragons that were hundreds to hundreds of feet long appeared. The 3 black dragons hovered above White Cloud Mountain, emitting a strong pressure. The low-level disciples of the ancestral court were in an uproar when they saw this. What are those things in the sky? Deer horns? Snake body? Eagle claws? Fish tail? Oh my God! They're dragons! What are the dragons doing here? They seem to be looking for trouble with our White Cloud Mountain. In the sky, the 3 black dragons flashed with black light and turned into 3 black-robed figures. The 3 of them had dragon horns on their foreheads. 2 of them had old faces and white hair. The last one was the black dragon that Li Mu had seen before. He was Xian Ming's subordinate. An elder from the dragon clan widened his eyes and asked, "Who is Li Mu?" Li Mu's figure floated to the front and asked indifferently, "Why are you looking for me?" The old dragon said coldly, "Hand over my ancestor Ao Xian's sun shooting bow." These 3 black dragons were indeed here for the sun shooting bow. Ao Xian had accidentally obtained the sun shooting bow back then. Before Ao Xian died, he did not pass it to the Black Dragon clan. Instead, it was buried with his corpse in the underwater cave abode. From this point of view, it seemed reasonable for the Black Dragon clan to come and ask for the sun shooting bow. However, the truth was that the sun shooting bow was not created by Ao Xian. He had also obtained it by chance. It was like a heavenly book that could only be obtained by those with strength and opportunity. There was no reason for these dragons to come and ask for it today. Moreover, how could Li Mu hand over such a powerful treasure to others? If this treasure fell into the hands of the demon sect, they would be able to unify the 10 continents with the help of the sun shooting bow before the other 2 ancestors of the demon sect could ascend. When facing the threat of the demon sect, Li Mu relied on this treasure the most. He glanced at the old dragon and said, "Don't think I don't know that the sun shooting bow doesn't belong to you dragons." Ao Feng breathed out 2 streams of hot air from his nostrils. The dragon clan had always snatched the treasures they wanted. This time, someone else had snatched the treasures that used to belong to the dragon clan. He couldn't stand it anymore. He looked at Li Mu and asked coldly, "You mean you don't want to return it?" As soon as he finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and said, "Ao, take him back." A black light flashed in front of Li Mu, and the figure of another dragon clan elder suddenly appeared. He stretched out a dragon claw and grabbed Li Mu's neck. The dragon clan was the strongest clan in the world. Even a newborn dragon had the strength of a human at the 4th realm. With the dragon clan's strong physical body and special abilities, they could often suppress human or demon experts of the same level. This old dragon was extremely fast. When he appeared beside Li Mu, no one could react in time. If he could capture Li Mu in one move and bring him back to the Dragon Palace to interrogate him slowly, with the speed of the Dragon Clan, no one present would be able to stop him. However, just as his dragon claw was about to touch Li Mu's neck, a white fist met it. Seeing that Li Mu had overestimated himself, a cold smile appeared on Aou's lips. The Dragon Clan was most proud of their bodies. Not to mention the human race, even the demon race and corpse cultivators, who were also known for their bodies, were far from being comparable to the Dragon Clan. Using a fist to meet his dragon claw was no different from hitting a rock with an egg. Boom! The fist and claw collided, and Aou's body flew backward. Li Mu also retreated several meters. The man and dragon shook their numb hands at the same time. Aou's dragon eyes were wide open as he looked at Li Mu, who was enscathed in disbelief. The moment the fist and claw collided, he even had the misconception that he was facing a 7th Realm Dragon Clan member. These 3 black dragons had just arrived at White Cloud Mountain and were already flaunting their strength. They even attacked at the slightest disagreement. Fu Daozi's face suddenly darkened, and he shouted angrily, "Four-legged snakes, you're courting death." He quickly formed a seal with his hands. In an instant, a golden rune appeared in the void and landed on Aou's body. When the rune entered his body, the Dragon Clan elder let out a painful roar. He rolled in the void and actually revealed his original form. Countless runes flickered on his black dragon body. He let out another dragon roar and spat out a dragon's breath that covered his entire body. Only then did the rune gradually disappear. At this moment, Fu Daozi had already closed in. He condensed a rune in the void again. This time, the rune turned into a blue ice dragon and bit the black dragon's body. Aou had lived for more than 100 years, but it was the first time she had seen such a divine ability. For a moment, she didn't know how to deal with it. When the other Dragon Clan elder saw this, he wanted to step forward to help, but a green light suddenly appeared in his eyes. He stretched out his arms that were covered in black scales and blocked in a panic. He was pushed back 300 meters. When he saw the green light clearly, his expression changed drastically again. He said in shock, "Sky-splitting spear. Damn it. You even stole the Dragon King's weapon. After he recovered from his shock, 2 enormous hammers appeared in his hands, and he smashed them fiercely at Li Mu. Li Mu raised his spear to block, but both of them were blasted flying. The strength of these 2 old dragons was extraordinary, and they were obviously stronger than most of the 7th-level experts that Li Mu had seen. If it wasn't for Fu Daozi's advancement, then besides him, no one in F Lu School would be a match for them. Li Mu and Ao Feng were locked in battle. On the other side, Fu Daozi and Ao Yu were in a stalemate as well. At this moment, the 2 old dragons were slightly regretful in their hearts. The 3 of them were able to fight 2 human cultivators at the same time. They originally thought that victory was in the bag, but they never expected that just 2 random people from F Lu School would be able to fight them to a draw. If they knew this would happen, they would have brought more clansmen over. Their current manpower was clearly insufficient. Retreat! When he noticed that he'd started to fall into a disadvantageous position in the battle against Li Mu, Ao Feng roared decisively, and then fled towards the horizon. When Ao Yu heard this, she broke free from Fu Daozi's grasp and fled quickly like a black bolt of lightning. As for the black dragon under Xian Ming, it had already fled as soon as Ao Feng's voice fell. The 3 dragons came quickly and left even faster. Only the disciples of F Lu School on the mountain were left looking at each other in dismay. Are they really dragons? The dragons don't seem to be as powerful as the legends say. Dull and tasteless? After returning to the main peak, Fu Daozi said coldly, "The next time they dare to behave atrociously in my White Cloud Mountain, I'll pull out their dragon tendons, peel off their dragon skin, and use their dragon blood as talisman liquid." Li Mu didn't speak. It was very obvious that this was the demonic path's attempt to sow discord. Although the dragon race wasn't flourishing, there were many experts. Stirring up conflict between the dragon race and Li Mu was the most beneficial to the demonic path. The appearance of these black dragons reminded Li Mu that he could also find a strong ally in the fight against the demonic path. The Demon Nation, Ghost Realm, Buddhist sect, and Tao sect were almost united by Li Mu. Only the dragon race appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Apart from Cheng Xian, Li Mu couldn't even see the other dragons, let alone form an alliance. He didn't know if he could form an alliance with the South Sea dragon race through Cheng Xian, and then use the relationship between Cheng Xian and Cheng Xian to rope in the East Sea dragon race. But what should he do specifically? Li Mu thought carefully, trying to find some experience from his past experiences. When he formed an alliance with the Demon Nation, he and the Queen of 10,000 Demons were together. When he formed an alliance with the Ghost Realm, he and the Lord of the Ghost Realm were together. Li Mu thought carefully and felt that this matter should be considered at length. Chapter 623. At the bottom of the North Sea, thousands of miles away from White Cloud Mountain, Ao Feng looked coldly at the black dragon and said angrily, "Ao Wu, that Li Mu's cultivation is no weaker than ours. Why didn't you tell us that there was such a powerful cultivator in the F Lu School? If they had known, they would not have been in such a sorry state today." The black dragon said helplessly, "Great Elder, please calm down. After I found out that the sun-shooting bow was in Li Mu's hands, I immediately returned to the clan to report. I didn't know that his cultivation was so strong, and I didn't know that there was another powerful cultivator in the F Lu School who was no weaker than the 2 elders. Of course, he knew that Li Mu's cultivation was no weaker than the 2 elders. The reason he had deliberately concealed it was because of the 5th Patriarch's instructions. Only by lowering the importance they placed on Li Mu and causing them to misestimate the strength of Li Mu and the F Lu School would they fail in their mission. Only then would the conflict between the Black Dragons and Li Mu be intensified. That was what he really wanted. The fact that the F Lu School had another powerful cultivator was beyond his expectations. According to his plan, the 2 elders should have barged into the F Lu School, fought a huge battle, and returned with serious injuries. From then on, the Black Dragons and the F Lu School would have an irreconcilable feud. The 5th Patriarch's mission would then be completed. At this moment, the other Black Dragon elder said, "The human race has an old saying, you can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. I don't believe that he will be hiding in the F Lu School forever." Ever since Ao Xin's ancestor had fallen, the The black dragons had never stopped searching for the sun-shooting bow. For tens of thousands of years, although the black dragons claimed to be the noblest and most powerful race on the mainland, apart from the era of Ao Qing Dragon King and Ao Xian, the black dragons had never truly dominated the mainland. Once the sun-shooting bow was taken back, the Dark Dragon clan would regain the glory of Ao Xian's ancestor. Ao Yu pondered the importance of this matter and realized that he had been too careless in his actions this time. He had underestimated Li Mu's strength. He looked at the black dragon and said, "The sun-shooting bow is ours. We can't wait that long. Ao Wu, return to the West Sea and invite the other two elders, Aon, and the other Tier 6 juniors. It's time to let them know the strength of the dragon race." Yes. Ao Wu cupped his fists respectfully. The moment he turned around, his lips curled up slightly. Bayun Mountain. Li Mu did not chase after the three black dragons. Based on his understanding of the dragon race and the fatal attraction of the sun-shooting bow, they would return sooner or later. In order to fight against the demonic Dao, the Dragon Clan was a force that must be won over, but that did not include the Black Dragon Clan. Because of the existence of the sun-shooting bow, the Black Dragon Clan and Li Mu were destined to be like fire and water. If he captured the three dragons now, it would inevitably alarm them, which would be detrimental to his plan of catching them all in one fell swoop. In the next few days, Bayun Mountain was peaceful as usual. There were no unusual movements. Li Mu was also not in a hurry to enter seclusion. Instead, he went back and forth between Bayun Mountain and Purple Cloud Peak, guiding the cultivation of the elders and preaching to the low-level disciples. In terms of cultivation knowledge, there was probably no one in the world who could compare to Li Mu. These young disciples represented the future of Fulu School. At the beginning of their cultivation, it was very necessary to guide them on the correct path of cultivation and prevent them from taking the wrong path. Li Mu did not just teach Fulu blindly. He talked about alchemy, artifact refinement, body refinement, mystical abilities, and the path of cultivation. Interest was equally important. He hoped that the disciples in the sect would be able to find the path of cultivation that they liked at the beginning of their cultivation. Every time he preached, there would be no empty seats in the training hall. Most of the disciples could only float in the air. The disciples of the other peaks could only envy Bayun Mountain and Purple Cloud Peak. This was because the heads of these two peaks were Elder Lu and Elder Li. Uncle Master Ling Jizi often appeared here. Aside from the routine preaching, it was very convenient for them to ask Uncle Master Ling Jizi if they had any questions about their daily cultivation. In the crowd, two new female disciples looked at the figure sitting cross-legged in front of them. There was a faint excitement on their faces. The older girl whispered, "Junior Sister Ying, we actually fought side by side with Uncle Master Ling Jizi. I even invited him to hunt wandering souls together." Speaking of that matter, the girl next to her stuck out her tongue and said, "If it weren't for Uncle Master Ling Jizi, we would have all died in the realm of ghosts." Wu Qian said, "I wonder if Uncle Master Ling Jizi still remembers us?" After the two of them whispered a few words, they closed their mouths and listened intently to Li Mu's teachings. 2 hours later, the day's teachings ended. Li Mu's figure gradually faded away, but the disciples on the training ground remained where they were for a long time. They were still stuck in the enlightenment they had just experienced. Chun Yingying and Wu Qian had successfully entered the ancestral court not long ago. They were now fourth-generation disciples of Bayun Mountain. When the two returned to their residence, they suddenly found a figure standing in the courtyard. Seeing that familiar figure, the two's delicate bodies trembled. They immediately went forward and respectfully said, "Greetings, Uncle Master Ling Jizi." Li Mu smiled and said, "You two also came to the ancestral court." When he went to the realm of ghosts for the first time, he met the two by chance. At that time, Chun Yingying was still an outer sect disciple of Fulu School, and Wu Qian was a rogue cultivator. Now, looking at their clothes, they were clearly fourth-generation disciples of Fulu School. Although the two were women, they were courageous and affectionate. Li Mu still had a deep impression of them. He stretched out his hand, and 2 bottles of pills appeared in his palm. Li Mu handed the pills to them and said, "Meeting again is fate. These 2 bottles of pills are for you. Go into seclusion and refine them. They should be able to help you break through as soon as possible." The two women respectfully accepted the pills and said, "Thank you, Uncle Master Ling Jizi." Li Mu looked at them as if he was looking at a junior and said, "Cultivate well. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask your Uncle Master Ling Jizi or me." Chun Yingying and Wu Qian nodded respectfully. Even though Wu Qian was actually older than Li Mu, when facing him, she couldn't help but feel the admiration of a junior towards an elder. After a short chat with the two women, Li Mu planned to leave. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at the distant horizon. At the end of the northern horizon, a black line suddenly appeared. Li Mu's eyes flashed with a golden light. He saw that at the end of his line of sight, the originally clear and cloudless sky was now covered by dark clouds. The clouds covered the sky and the sun. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Black dragons swam in the dark clouds. They were wrapped by the dark clouds and swept towards the direction of White Cloud Mountain. The dark clouds were extremely fast. From the time Li Mu saw the black line to the time when the dark clouds flew above White Cloud Mountain, it only took a dozen breaths. When the dark clouds enveloped White Cloud Mountain, it was followed by an extreme pressure. At this moment, everyone in the ancestral court of White Cloud Mountain, from the low-level disciples to the elders of the peaks, felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. They couldn't breathe. More than 10 black dragons emerged from the dark clouds and circled above White Cloud Mountain. The scene was spectacular and oppressive. One of the black dragons opened its mouth, and Ao Feng's voice rumbled out. "Li Mu, you little thief, and that old fellow who drew talismans, come out." Li Mu and Fu Daozi immediately flew into the sky. Then Tianjizi, Yuzhenzi, and the other two Grand Supreme Elders also quickly rushed over. Apart from Jadesunzi, who was far away in the Pill Cauldron sect, although the current Fulu school already had 6 7th realm cultivators, they couldn't compare to the dozen or so black dragons in the sky in terms of numbers or pressure. 6 of the dozen or so black dragons exuded 7th realm pressure. The other 6 also had 6th realm auras. After the previous humiliation, Ao Feng was determined to take back the sun-shooting bow in one fell swoop. This time, the Black Dragon race's elites were all present. The 4 great elders of the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were all present. In addition to the current Black Dragon race's Dragon King Aoan, the prodigy Ao Wu who left the Dragon race many years ago, and all the 6th realm juniors in the race, this force was enough to flatten Fulu school. Li Mu looked at the flaunting group of giant dragons above his head and was a little surprised. The dragon race was indeed as powerful as the ancient mutated beasts. Just the Black Dragon race alone had 6 7th realm cultivators. With their powerful individual strength and numerous other powerful cultivators, they could suppress almost any sect in the entire continent except for the demon sect and Xuanzong. Ao Feng roared from above, "Hand over the sun-shooting bow, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, after today, there will be no Fulu school in this world." As his voice fell, the dozen or so giant dragons roared in unison. Their voices reverberated through the heavens and earth. The low-level disciples of Fulu school all covered their ears. Their expressions pained. The peak masters immediately used their magic to protect them, preventing them from getting hurt. Li Mu looked up at them and said indifferently, "You're bullying us with more dragons, right?" Ao Feng sneered and said, "What do you want?" Li Mu looked at Xian Jizi, and Xian Jizi nodded. With a wave of his hand, 4 rays of light shot out and landed on the 4 pillars carved with runes on the main peak square. As the rays of magic power entered, the 4 pillars suddenly emitted a white light. In the next moment, 4 whirlpools suddenly appeared in the 4 directions of the main peak. The Pill Cauldron sect's sect master, Wuxia, walked out from one of the whirlpools with Jade Sun and 2 Grand Supreme Elders. The Spirit Array sect's sect master and 2 Grand Supreme Elders walked out from another whirlpool. The Southern sect's sect master and 2 Grand Supreme Elders, and the Northern sect's sect master and 2 Grand Supreme Elders appeared in the last 2 whirlpools. The 5 Taoist sects had a total of 19 7th realm cultivators. They surrounded the dozen or so giant dragons in the middle. Finally, a giant bell descended from the sky. While it covered everyone, it also completely sealed off the entire area. Looking at the black dragon race that was completely stunned, Li Mu said indifferently, "Do you think that you're the only ones who know how to bully with numbers?" Chapter 624. Li Mu guessed that the black dragon race wouldn't give up. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. White Cloud Mountain's long-distance teleportation array was originally built to guard against the Demon Dao. At this moment, it came in handy. They didn't even need to activate all of them. Just the 5 Taoist sects were enough to capture all of them. In a battle of this level, those 6th realm black dragons were of no use. They could be ignored. The ones that were slightly more troublesome were the few level 7 black dragons. Among them, the 3 dragons that came to White Cloud Mountain last time were the strongest. The 3 extra dragons were only equivalent to the transcendent initial realm. Even if the dragon race had a natural advantage, the 5 sects experts were more than enough to deal with them. Without giving the black dragon race any time to react, the 5 sects supreme elders and sect masters attacked at the same time. In front of them, those 6th realm black dragons couldn't even withstand a single blow. 7 black dragons were immediately captured. Their cultivation was sealed, and they were casually thrown to the side of the mountain. The remaining 5 7th realm black dragons and Xian Ming's black dragon saw that the situation wasn't good. They all slammed their dragon heads against the Dao Bell. Even though the dragon clan was formidable and was capable of suppressing humans of the same cultivation realm, they couldn't stop their numbers from bullying the dragon clan. There was utterly no hope of victory in this battle. How could Ao Feng have imagined that the Talisman sect would actually be able to gather so many experts in an instant? Even if the Dark Dragon clan utilized all their strength, they were unable to deal with so many experts at the same time. Dong. The 6 dragons' huge bodies slammed against the Dao Bell, creating a loud boom. If it was just Li Mu alone, he might not be able to trap them. However, more than 10 7th realm experts from the 5 sects were currently inside the Dao Bell. Everyone's magic power was added to the Dao Bell. Even if the Demon Dao's 3 ancestors were trapped, they wouldn't be able to escape easily. Talisman Daozi's hands flickered with runes. He sneered, "You dare to come back?" As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on Ao Feng. Talisman Daozi held the dragon horns with both hands. Talisman Daozi's palm surged into the dragon's body. Ao Feng's body rolled and couldn't break free. Li Mu was even more decisive. He took out the sun-shooting bow and shot an arrow. A black light flickered in front of Ao Feng's chest. The reverse scale that he had refined for many years blocked the fatal arrow. However, he also lost his only trump card. Li Mu used 20% of his dermic powers for this arrow. Whoosh! 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 Li Mu shot 5 arrows in a row, exhausting all the magic power in his body. Then, he flew to the side and quietly recovered his magic power, leaving the battlefield to the others. The Dragon Clan was indeed the only ancient beast clan that had survived. Their innate abilities were extremely powerful, and their physical bodies were also incomparably powerful. In a situation where their magic power was about the same, it would take 2 human powerhouses of the same level to deal with them. However, even without Li Mu, there were still 18 7th realm cultivators here. Fu Daozi alone could fight the Black Dragon race's Great Elder alone, while the rest of the cultivators could deal with 1 7th realm cultivator with 3 people. In addition, Li Mu's 5 arrows had already depleted a lot of 7th realm cultivators. The situation inside the Dao Bell was almost one-sided. Talisman Daozi's body was surrounded by golden runes, suppressing Ao Feng. He said loudly, "Four-legged snake, I still lack a mount. If you are willing to become my mount, I will spare your life today. How about it?" Ao Feng said coldly, "Don't even think about it. The Dragon Clan will never be slaves." He let out a long roar, and his 2 dragon horns flickered. A ball of lightning condensed between his dragon horns. This ball of lightning was black, and as the ball of lightning condensed, the black color on Ao Feng's body even became lighter. Almost instantly, the ball of lightning flashed in front of Fu Daozi. He wanted to teleport away, but he was entangled by Ao Feng's dragon tail and couldn't move at all. At this moment, he felt a strong sense of danger. At the critical moment, Fu Daozi's figure suddenly disappeared, and Ao Feng's dragon tail entangled Ao Lei, one of the 4 great elders of the Black Dragon clan. Fu Daozi's figure appeared in Ao Lei's position. Li Mu released the hand seal, and the little bit of spiritual power that he had just recovered was used up again. Li Mu knew the divine powers of the Dragon clan better than any of the dragons here. Ao Feng sacrificed part of his cultivation to this divine ability, and it was not something that Fu Daozi could resist. Although the ball of lightning couldn't destroy his soul, it could destroy his physical body and severely injure his primordial spirit. At this time, even if Aou only used the simplest summoning wind and rain, the severely injured Fu Daozi would be in danger of dying completely. With no other choice, Li Mu could only use Shadow Shift to switch his position with Ao Lei's, allowing him to dodge the attack. The ball of lightning landed on Ao Lei's body and exploded instantly. Ao Lei's body was flashing with lightning. Even though he had a strong body of the Dragon clan, his body was badly mutilated, and his scales peeled off. His aura was extremely weak, and he couldn't even stay in the air and fell heavily. Ao Lei. Ao Feng roared angrily when he saw that his fellow dragon had been severely injured. He quickly locked onto Li Mu and charged at him without caring about anything else. However, at this time, Fu Daozi's figure appeared in front of him again. Get lost! Ao Feng only wanted to tear Li Mu into pieces at this time and charged at Fu Daozi fiercely. Fu Daozi waved his hands, and a Fulu barrier appeared in front of him. He snorted and said, "If you want to bully my disciple, you'll have to get through me first." The Dragon clan originally wanted to bully Ao Feng with their numbers, but they didn't expect that it would really turn out like this. However, they were the ones being bullied. On the other side, Ao Wu's expression gradually became determined. At this point, Ao Wu knew that the mission given by the 5th ancestor had failed. Even he couldn't protect himself. If he fell into Li Mu's hands, his fate was predictable. Looking at Li Mu, who was not far away, a trace of fierceness appeared in his eyes. He activated 100% of his spiritual power and temporarily broke away from the 3 people surrounding him. He turned into a black thunderbolt and shot at Li Mu. If his death could be exchanged for Li Mu's death, then everything would be worth it. In the process of rushing towards Li Mu, an extremely strong spiritual power fluctuation suddenly came from his body. Fu Daozi's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly reminded, "Oh no, he's going to self-destruct." The self-destruction of a 7th realm dragon was enough to level White Cloud Mountain to the ground. At this moment, all the low-level disciples of White Cloud Mountain below the 5th realm would be buried with him. This dragon wanted to drag Li Mu down with him while destroying the ancestral court of Fulu School. Of course, Li Mu wouldn't let him do as he wished. With a thought, the Dao Bell flashed and then shrunk rapidly, trapping the dragon inside. Following a dazzling ray of light, the Dao Bell started to expand outwards and then shrunk again. A moment later, the Dao Bell returned to normal, but a black hole appeared in the space. As time passed, the black hole slowly closed. Everyone present, including Fu Daozi, felt a chill run down their spines. If they didn't stop this dragon from self-destructing, only 5 of the 6 Dao sects would be left. Not only were the Dao sect members shocked, but even the Black Dragon race didn't expect Ao Wu to be so unyielding. They were filled with grief and humiliation. At this moment, they actually wanted to emulate Ao Wu and defend the dragon race's dignity. At that moment, Li Mu suddenly reached out and grabbed a ball of light from the Dao Bell. He scanned the ball of light with his divine consciousness and instantly understood why Ao Wu would do such a thing. This dragon called Ao Wu was no longer the prodigy of the Black Dragon race from the very beginning. His memories had been forcefully erased, and he had received another person's memories. This person's identity was a trusted subordinate of Shen Ming from 10,000 years ago. Back then, not only did the Demon Dao ancestors inherit their memories, but also their own trusted subordinates. He was under Shen Ming's orders to sow discord between the Black Dragon race and Li Mu. As the strongest dragon race in the 4 seas, becoming enemies with the Black Dragon race was almost equivalent to provoking another Xuanzong. However, even Xian Ming didn't know that the method Li Mu had originally prepared for them had coincidentally been used here. He waved his hand and threw that ball of light to Ao Feng. A bunch of stupid dragons. Take a look for yourselves. When he saw that ball of light, Ao Feng felt that something was amiss. At this moment, he scanned the ball of light with his divine consciousness. Scenes of Ao Wu's memories flashed before his eyes. These memories didn't belong to Black Dragon Ao Wu at all. They belonged to an old monster whose memories had been passed down for 10,000 years. He had taken over Ao Wu's body and even instigated a war between the Black Dragon race and the Fulu school. He was the main culprit behind the current situation. After Ao Feng finished reading, he was shocked and furious. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, stop!" As soon as he said that, the other 3 black dragons transformed into their human forms and flew to his side. The powerful cultivators of the 5 sects also stopped for the time being. There was no way they could get the sun-shooting bow back. The most important thing now was how the Black Dragon race could save themselves. Although he was also in the wrong, Ao Feng could only push all the blame onto the dead Ao Wu. He looked at Li Mu awkwardly and said, "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We have all fallen into the demon's trap?" Li Mu sneered and said, "Your entire Black Dragon race has bullied the Fulu school. Do you think you can just say that it's a misunderstanding?" Ao Feng hurriedly said, "It's all our fault. We are willing to pay some compensation." Li Mu's expression softened. Then he said, "Speaking of compensation, I have to settle it with you properly. If you didn't come to White Cloud Mountain, we didn't have to activate the teleportation formation. You have to compensate us 10 times the amount of spirit jades we used to come and go." Ao Feng immediately nodded and said, "It's only right." Li Mu continued, "Fellow Taoists and seniors from the other sects put down their sect matters and teleported here from afar. You have to compensate for the travel expenses and lost time." Although he didn't know what the travel expenses and lost time meant, Ao Feng could only nod in order to thank the Black Dragon race. "That's fine too." Li Mu continued, "Your Black Dragon race attacked our White Cloud Mountain with great fanfare and left a huge psychological scar on our disciples. This debt can't be settled with just spirit jades." Ao Feng had a bad premonition. He asked, "Then what do you want us to do?" Li Mu looked at him and said calmly, "It's very simple. Your Black Dragon race will listen to our orders from now on as atonement. After 10 years, you will be set free." Ao Feng said decisively, "That's impossible. The dragon race will never be slaves." Of course, it wasn't that the dragon race would never be slaves. It was either that they weren't given enough or that they weren't threatened enough. Chung Xian was an example. Li Mu shrugged and said indifferently, "Of course, you can also refuse. I don't mind refining all of you into dragon corpses. I have a group of friends who are very willing to do such a thing." Chapter 625. The Dragon Clan had always thought of themselves as the noblest clan in the world. Their clan's magical powers were incomparably powerful. Even a newborn dragon could fight with its breath, and its strength was comparable to a 4th realm demon. Whether it was humans, demons, or other plant spirits, they were all inferior creatures in their eyes. How could the proud dragon clan listen to the orders of inferior creatures? Any dragon would find it difficult to accept such humiliation. But if they did not accept it, the Black Dragon clan would be exterminated today. When the human in front of him said that he would refine them into dragon corpses, his expression did not change. His eyes even had some eagerness to try. This gaze made Ao Feng feel an extreme chill from the bottom of his heart. His intuition told him that the person in front of him could really do such a cruel thing. The Black Dragon clan had existed for so long. Including the newborn dragons and the old dragons that were about to die, there were only a few dozen of them. In order to take back the sun-shooting bow, he had mobilized the entire clan's powerhouses. If all of them died here, leaving only the old and weak in the clan, the Black Dragon clan would not be far from extinction. He finally sighed helplessly in his heart and asked Li Mu, 10 years. Li Mu nodded and confirmed, 10 years. The current situation of the continent was changing rapidly. Many things could happen in 10 years. The strength of these black dragons could not be underestimated. 10 years was 10 years. What happened after 10 years could be dealt with in 10 years. Ao Feng looked at his fellow clan members who were also humiliated and helpless. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's make a heavenly contract first." A heavenly contract was similar to a Tao oath. It was made with the blood of both parties and heaven and earth as witnesses. If there was a violation, heaven and earth would destroy the oath. Heaven and earth had their own set of trajectories. What people did, heaven was watching. All the cultivation clans in the world had to follow the Tao of heaven and earth. Li Mu and Ao Feng used their blood to write the contents of the oath in the void. After chanting the incantation of the heavenly oath, the words of the oath gradually disappeared. Li Mu clapped his hands and said, "The contract has been made. It's time to talk about compensation." He pointed at the huge stone pillars engraved with runes around the main peak and said, "Do you see those stone pillars? That's the super long-distance transmission formation. Every time it's activated, it costs 1,000 upper-grade spiritual jades. 10 times the compensation would be 10,000, and a round trip would be 20,000. For stone pillars would be 80,000. Plus the travel expenses of the seniors of the various sects and the loss of time, it would be 100,000. Do you want to pay now or in installments?" Ao Feng widened his dragon eyes and asked, "How? How many?" Li Mu cleared his throat and said, 100,000 upper-grade spiritual jades. Not one more, not one less. The expression on Ao Feng's face was beyond shocked. That was 100,000 upper-grade spiritual jades, not middle-grade spiritual jades, not low-grade spiritual jades, and not even stones. What kind of teleportation array would consume so many spiritual jades? Extortion. This was blatant extortion. Li Mu knew what he was thinking. He was indeed extorting them, but they had finally met the biggest spendthrift in the 10 continents. How could they let him go so easily? The Dragon Clan was the most greedy and the most stingy clan. Li Mu often heard from Chang Xian that the elders of the clan slept on mountains piled with spiritual jades. The Black Dragon Clan was definitely wealthier than the 5 factions combined. Ao Feng's face was gloomy. This person was obviously taking advantage of the situation. However, he had no choice but to lower his head. 100,000 upper-grade spiritual jades was an unimaginable number for others. Although he would feel the pinch, it was not to the extent of hurting him. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. 100,000 it is. However, I don't have so many spiritual jades with me. I have to go back to the West Sea Dragon Palace to get them. Li Mu's eyes lit up and said, "All right, I will go back with you. At the same time, I will calculate the compensation for my White Cloud Mountain disciples' psychological damage." When Ao Feng saw the light in Li Mu's eyes, he suddenly had an extremely bad premonition. He regretted going to the West Sea Dragon Palace in advance. He hurriedly said, "No need. I will go back alone?" Li Mu smiled and said, "Don't stand on ceremony. I have never been to the Dragon Palace before. I will go and broaden my horizons?" Ao Feng shook his head and said, "There is really no need." Li Mu smiled and said, Of course, of course." The various clans of humans and demons occupied the 10 continents. The vast oceans were occupied by the Dragon Clan of the 4 seas. The Dragon Clan was not a unified clan. The Dragon Clan of the 4 seas was divided into the Black Dragon Clan, Silver Dragon Clan, White Dragon Clan, and Azure Dragon Clan. Among them, the Black Dragon Clan occupied the West Sea, while the North Sea was the territory of the Silver Dragon Clan. The Azure Dragon Clan and White Dragon Clan were active in the South Sea and East Sea. There were also great conflicts between the Dragon Clan. The division between the Dragon Clan was even more serious than that between humans and demons. It had even evolved into a chain of contempt. Among them, the most powerful Black Dragon Clan stood at the top of the Dragon Clan's despise chain. They believed that all dragons of other colors were inferior dragons. Next was the Silver Dragon Clan. The White Dragon and Green Dragon Clan were at the bottom of the Dragon Clan's despise chain. Li Mu had seen this in Ao Qing's diary. 10,000 years ago, the Dragon Clan's racial discrimination existed. Therefore, it was even more precious for him to become the king of the dragon clan as an azure dragon. Legends about him had been passed down in the dragon clan for 10,000 years. Although Li Mu felt that this discrimination was not right, he was also glad that it existed. The dragon clan's individual strength was extremely strong, but there were too few of them. There were billions of humans and over 100 million demons on the continent. However, the dragon clan of the Four Seas only added up to a little over 100. They were born at the middle stage. Their bodies were strong, their abilities were heaven-defying, and their cultivation speed was fast. Their only weakness was that it was extremely difficult for them to reproduce. Even so, the Black Dragon clan's strength was comparable to the two Taoist sections. If the Dragon clan of the Four Seas did not have the racial discrimination engraved in their blood, they would unite into a unified Dragon clan. If another Eighth Realm expert appeared in the Dragon clan, the ruler of the continent would undoubtedly be the Dragon clan. In today's world, there were not many people like Li Mu who knew the origin of the Dragon clan. Like the ancient beasts, they were once the enemies of the human clan. In terms of life form, they were superior to humans and demons. They were the only ancient beasts that were still alive on the continent. Although Aofeng was unwilling, he still brought Li Mu to the West Sea. As for his other clansmen, they were all left at White Cloud Mountain. As dragon corpses, he could not play any tricks. At the bottom of the West Sea, Aofeng turned into his dragon form and swam into the deep sea without a word. Seeing Li Mu following beside him, his huge dragon eyes flashed with surprise. He gradually increased his speed. Gradually, he was shocked to find that even if he used all his speed, he could not pull away from Li Mu. From the beginning to the end, Li Mu was following beside him at a steady pace. The bottom of the sea was the territory of the Dragon clan. The cultivation of humans would be suppressed, but the speed and strength of the Dragon clan would be greatly increased. However, after this person entered the sea, his speed became even faster and the aura he emitted became even more dangerous. Sometimes, Aofeng even wondered which one of them was the real Dragon clan. The more secrets this person had, the more Aofeng was afraid of him. He did not dare to test him anymore. Soon, he brought him to a palace made of coral. The aura of the Dragon clan was emitted from every palace. Li Mu scanned with his divine consciousness and found that these Dragon clan cultivations were all below the sixth realm. They were either young dragons or old dragons with the aura of death around them. From this, it seemed that there were less than 40 black dragons. When the old dragons died, this number would decrease even more. Greetings, Elder Feng. Sensing Aofeng's aura, a few black dragons flew out of the dragon palace and bowed to Aofeng. Aofeng nodded and brought Li Mu to the largest dragon palace in the deepest part of the dragon palace. Mountains of spiritual jade were piled on top of a palace that stretched as far as the eye could see. At the foot of the mountain, all kinds of precious spiritual herbs, ores, and Dharma artifacts were scattered around. Even Li Mu, who was used to seeing big scenes, was shocked speechless by this scene. Compared to the Black Dragon clan, the Fulu school was like a beggar. Standing in front of the undulating spiritual jade mountains, Li Mu's breathing became heavier. Aofeng seemed to have sensed something and immediately reminded him. We agreed on 100,000 upper-grade spiritual jade. I know. Li Mu nodded, but his gaze continued to sweep across the spiritual jade mountains. He even had a thought in his mind. Why not refine the Black Dragon clan? That way, wouldn't all the spiritual jade here belong to him? Beside Li Mu, Aofeng inexplicably shivered. As if realizing something, he immediately said, Don't forget the heavenly oath. Li Mu sighed. He was not a demon after all, so he could not do such a thing. He looked at Aofeng and said calmly, Your Black Dragon clan gathered all the powerful cultivators of your clan to barge into my White Cloud Mountain. This caused great psychological trauma and mental damage to the disciples of my sect. You messed up their Tao hearts and affected their future cultivation, thus affecting the future development of our sect. We should settle this score. Chapter 626. After discovering that after seeing these treasures, Li Mu started to become overbearing. Aofeng knew that the Black Dragon clan's losses this time were even greater than he expected. He pointed at a mountain made of spiritual jade and said, "These spiritual jades are my clan's apology to your disciple." Li Mu looked at the mountain of spiritual jade and hesitated for a long time. In the end, he nodded. Ao Feng was still very generous. If he still didn't agree, it would be blatant extortion. As a righteous clan, how could he do such an unrighteous thing? After accepting the huge compensation from the Dark Dragon clan, Li Mu left the Crystal Palace. When he walked out of the door, he looked back longingly. Ao Feng reacted quickly and immediately closed the door. He extended his hand and said, "Please." Although he was unwilling, Ao Feng still entertained Li Mu in the West Sea Dragon Palace. The seafood feast filled the entire table. It was quite sumptuous. Because the Dark Dragon clan's powerhouses other than Ao Feng were all detained in the Fulu school, the West Sea Dragon Palace was filled with young and old dragons. The Dark Dragon clan's cultivation talent was extremely high. Most of them could be called cultivation geniuses, but there were also some dragons with average talent. The dozen or so old dragons present were only at the 5th level. They were born at the 4th level and still hadn't broken through to the 6th level. Even if they could break through to the next level in the next few years, they would soon die from the exhaustion of their lifespan. Looking at these lifeless old dragons, Li Mu suddenly had an idea. He put down his chopsticks and asked an old dragon beside him in a seemingly casual manner, "Senior Dragon, how old are you this year?" Elder Ao Feng didn't introduce this human, but to be able to be brought to the Dragon Palace personally and set up a banquet, he must be a friend of the Dark Dragon clan. Thus, the dragons present were more polite to Li Mu. The old dragon's body was surrounded by an aura of death. When he heard Li Mu's question, sadness appeared in his cloudy eyes. He said, "I'm ashamed. In another 2 years, I'll have lived for 2 years. The lifespan of a 5th realm dragon was only 260 years. In other words, this old dragon only had 2 years to live." Li Mu stretched out his hand. With a flash of white light, a Fulu appeared in his palm. He looked at the old dragon and said, "This is a heavenly secret talisman. Can increase one's lifespan by 10 years. I originally prepared this talisman for myself, but it seems that you need it more than I do. If you are willing, I can sell it to you." Li Mu actually had quite a few heavenly secret talismans in his possession. At that time, he had not obtained the method to extend his lifespan from the demonic Tao, so he could only refine a few more heavenly secret talismans with the Empress in case he needed them. Later, he learned the Great Sky-Stealing Array from the demonic Tao Heavenly Book. Although it consumed a lot of energy, it was several times more effective than the heavenly secret talisman. Thus, the heavenly secret talisman in his possession became useless. In line with the principle of making the best use of everything and not wasting it if possible, Li Mu planned to sell them to the dragons. Although it was impossible for these dragons with no natural talent to break through from the 5th realm to the 7th realm even if they had 10 more years of lifespan, who would refuse to live for 10 more years? As for why he did not use the sky-stealing array to help them, firstly, Li Mu needed to deal with the heavenly secret talismans in his hands. Secondly, what kind of status did the dragons have? They were the descendants of ancient beasts. They were obviously a higher-level life form than humans and demonic beasts. Under normal circumstances, they were already on the verge of ruling the world. If they were given another 60 years of lifespan, perhaps after 60 years, even if the demonic Tao and the righteous Tao joined forces, they would still be suppressed by them. Hearing that this Fulu could increase their lifespan by 10 years, the old dragons present all looked at Li Mu at the same time. Their dragon eyes shone brightly. "How much is this Fulu? Do you have any more?" "I'll buy one." "I'll buy one too." After Li Mu took out the heavenly secret talisman, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly changed. The old dragons who were nearing the end of their lifespan surrounded Li Mu, looking at him as if they were looking at a peerless treasure. Then, they all looked at Ao Feng in unison. 10 years was not a short time. Even if it was not enough to break through, they could still enjoy 10 more years in this world. They did not care about the price of this Fulu. Even if they had collected many treasures in their lifetime, they could not take them away after death. Wouldn't it be better to exchange it for 10 more years of lifespan? The savings of ordinary dragons were limited. The commonwealth of the Black Dragon clan was in the hands of the Council of Elders. Faced with the expectant gazes of his clansmen, Ao Feng could not refuse. The number of dragons was low to begin with. For thousands of years, the rate of reproduction of his clansmen could not keep up with the rate of death. Any one of his clansmen was very important to the Dragon clan. Even though he knew that Li Mu was after the treasures of the Dragon clan, he had no other choice. Spiritual jades were just numbers to him. They could not compare to the lives of his clansmen. Ao Feng looked at Li Mu and said, "How many heavenly secret talismans do you have? I want all of them." Li Mu looked at Ao Feng and smiled. Our Fulu school specializes in writing talismans. We have as many heavenly secret talismans as you want. If it were someone else, Ao Feng might have doubted the authenticity of this talisman. However, this was the Fulu school. In this world, no one knew Fulu better than them. Ao Feng only cared about the price. He looked at Li Mu and asked, "How many spiritual jades for one heavenly secret talisman?" People outside the Fulu school needed to prepare their own talisman liquid and 100,000 low-grade spiritual jades to write a heaven-grade Fulu. In principle, the difficulty of writing a saint-grade Fulu was more than 10 times that of a heaven-grade Fulu. Therefore, Li Mu charged him 1 million low-grade spiritual jades for one heavenly secret talisman, which was 10,000 mid-grade spiritual jades. It was not excessive at all. Li Mu looked at Ao Feng and said indifferently, 10,000. Ao Feng frowned. He knew that Li Mu was going to ask for an exorbitant price, but he did not expect his appetite to be so big. However, there was no market for saint-grade Fulu. Even if one had spiritual jades, they could not buy it. Only the Fulu school could make this item. It was reasonable for the price to be sky-high. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, 10,000 high-grade spiritual jades it is. However, you are not allowed to raise the price in the future. The heavenly secret talisman will be provided to our Dragon clan first. Actually, Li Mu didn't hear Ao Feng's last sentence clearly. His mind was filled with the 10,000 high-grade spiritual jades that Ao Feng said. The 10,000 high-grade spiritual jades, he said, were mid-grade spiritual jades. 10,000 high-grade spiritual jades for a Fulu. Even if it was a saint-grade Fulu, anyone who heard it would think that the buyer was crazy. Even Li Mu did not come back to his senses for a moment. The Dragon clan was rich, and their default unit of spiritual jades was actually high-grade spiritual jades. In front of Li Mu and the others, they were like beggars who had never seen the world. But thinking about it, although humans and demons occupied land, the ocean was more than 10 times the size of land. The resources at the bottom of the ocean were more abundant. As the master of the ocean, the Dragon clan monopolized the resources of the ocean. Who could be richer than them? Ao Feng misunderstood his shock and immediately said, 10,000 spiritual jades. You can't go back on your word. Li Mu came back to his senses and said, I won't go back on my word. If I say 10,000, then 10,000. Originally, according to our Fulu school's rules, you have to provide the talisman fluid for the talisman. This time, the talisman fluid can be provided by our Fulu school. He sold 10,000 high-grade spiritual jades for a talisman. If they had to provide the talisman fluid, he would not feel at ease holding on to the spiritual jades. Unexpectedly, Ao Feng waved his hand and flatly refused. No need. The rules you have for others are the rules for us. If outsiders know, they will think that our Dragon clan is so poor that we can't afford. Chapter 6:27. Li Mu's conscience would be uneasy if he had to provide the talisman liquid after selling it for 10,000 high-grade spiritual jades each. However, Ao Feng was so determined to not give Li Mu any leeway. He had no choice but to sigh in his heart. The world of rich dragons was not something poor people like them could understand. The Dragon clan was willing to pay 10,000 high-grade spiritual jades to extend the lifespan of their clansmen by 10 years. Who knew how many spiritual jades they were willing to pay to extend the lifespan of their clansmen by 60 years? Such a generous customer might not be found in the entire cultivation world. If he were to activate the sky-stealing array for Ao Feng and those extremely talented experts of the Dragon clan, Li Mu would think carefully and weigh the pros and cons. If the extra 60 years allowed them to advance to the 8th level, wouldn't he be causing trouble for himself? However, if the target was these old dragons who were still alive, Li Mu wouldn't even hesitate to kill them. Even if they were given another 60 years, they were destined to not have great achievements. Using a large amount of spiritual jades in exchange for 60 years of lifespan was naturally a waste of the Dragon Clan's resources. However, to an individual, living was more important than anything else. One of the most painful things in life was that when one died, one's money would still be there. It was the same for dragon life. There were countless mineral veins under the sea. To the Dragon Clan, spiritual jades were just stones that they could pick up anywhere. Who wouldn't be willing to exchange stones for lifespan? Li Mu initially thought that Ao Feng was showing concern for the old dragons in the clan in the spirit of humanitarianism. However, when he left the West Sea, he realized that things weren't as simple as he thought. Ao Feng, this old dragon, wasn't as stupid as Li Mu thought. In front of the Dragon Palace, Ao Feng looked at the group of old dragons and said, "The clan spent countless resources to buy the divine secret talisman for you to extend your lifespan. I hope that you won't waste these 10 years. Before your lifespan ends, pass down another seed to the clan." Li Mu realized that Ao Feng didn't give them the divine secret talisman because he wanted them to break through before they died. Instead, he wanted them to use their remaining energy to give birth to 1 or 2 young dragons to ensure the continuation of the clan. In this matter, Li Mu had to admit that he was too narrow-minded. After returning to White Cloud Mountain with Ao Feng, Li Mu was faced with a problem. The powerhouses of the Black Dragon Clan were all left at Mount Baiyun to serve them for the next 10 years. How to restrain them was a problem that needed to be solved. It was impossible for the Black Dragon Clan to hand over their soul blood. The Dragon Clan had their pride and dignity. Not all dragons were as unprincipled as Xian. Similarly, it was impossible for them to become mounts. The pride of the dragon race did not allow them to become mounts for humans. In their deep-rooted view, it was more appropriate for humans to become mounts for the dragon race. Li Mu looked at Ao Feng and said, "If you don't hand over your soul blood, what if you go back on your word and betray us?" When Ao Feng heard this, it was as if he had been greatly insulted. He said angrily, "You are insulting our dragon clan. The Black Dragon Clan will definitely do what we promised you. We said 10 years, and it will be 10 years. Not a day more, not a day less." Li Mu knew the Dragon Clan very well. The Dragon Clan had always been arrogant. Naturally, they would not easily do anything that would affect the reputation of their clan. Moreover, the Dragon Clan would not give up on any of their clansmen. As long as there were Dragon Clan hostages at White Cloud Mountain, they would have to be obedient. If there was nothing to do, he would let them stay at White Cloud Mountain and wait for orders. If there was anything, he would send them. After temporarily settling the matter of the Black Dragon Clan, the next thing he had to deal with was the spiritual jades that he had traded with the Black Dragon Clan. At the main peak of the Fulu School, Xian Jizi, Yuzhen Zi, Fu Daozi, and the 2 supreme elders were gathered by Li Mu. Xian Jizi asked solemnly, "Junior brother, you called us here. Is there something important?" Li Mu did not say anything. With a thought, he brought everyone to the Demon Emperor's cave abode. To discuss in the flask space, Li Mu's matter must be extremely important. Just as Xian Jizi was about to ask, his eyes suddenly widened. He said in shock, "This..." It was not only Xian Jizi. Everyone present, including the 3 supreme elders, widened their eyes and looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The surface of the lake sparkled. Fishes swam in the lake, cranes danced in the air, and birds sang in the peach forest beside the lake. However, this was not what attracted them. What really attracted them was the mountain of spiritual jades that was casually piled up like a small mountain on the lawn beside the lake. Xian Jizi stretched out his hand and a piece of spiritual jade flew into his hand. The spiritual energy contained in this spiritual jade was extremely rich. It was already high grade. The exchange rate between different spiritual jades was 101. In other words, he was holding 10,000 low-grade spiritual jades in his hand. There were hundreds of thousands of high-grade spiritual jades piled up here. As the leader of a sect, It was also Xian Jizi's first time seeing so many spiritual jades. Everyone else's eyes lit up when they saw this scene. If a sect wanted to develop and grow, the most important thing was resources, including resources for its disciples and cultivation. A large part of the reason why Xuanzong was the #1 sect of Taoism was because the Taoism exchange gathered all the resources of the entire cultivation world, allowing Xuanzong to reap great benefits from it. With so many high-grade spiritual jades, even if all the disciples in the sect were to absorb them day and night, they would not run out in 3 to 5 years. From now on, the disciples of Fulu school could even eat spiritual jades like rice. It would not be long before the strength of Fulu school's middle and low-grade disciples would catch up to Xuanzong's. All they needed was an 8th-level sect-guarding powerhouse. Whether it was in terms of strength or influence, Fulu school would replace Xuanzong's position as the #1 sect of Taoism. The spiritual jades obtained from the Black Dragon clan were given to Xian Jizi to distribute. Li Mu then turned his attention to the other dragon clans. Li Mu had yet to come into contact with the dragon clans of the 4 seas. Chang Xian was a white dragon, but Li Mu had asked her before. Her father was an azure dragon and her mother was a white dragon. She belonged to the azure dragon clan of the South Sea. Among the dragon clans of the 4 seas, other than the Black Dragon clan, who considered themselves to be the highest-ranking dragon clan and did not intermarry with other dragon clans, the other 3 clans often intermarried for better reproduction. The baby dragons born in this way might be of the same color as their father or mother. Li Mu planned to let Chang Xian return to the South Sea to discuss the alliance with the dragon clan of the South Sea, while he himself would go to the East Sea personally. Firstly, he wanted to see the sisters Yinxin and Tingxin, whom he had not seen for a long time. Secondly, he could also discuss the alliance with the White Dragon clan. The strength and talent of the Dragon clan really made Li Mu envious. If he could completely turn a dragon clan into his own, perhaps it would not be long before a force that could contend with the ancestors of the demonic path would appear on his side. Li Mu first transmitted his voice to Chang Xian. Unexpectedly, after Chang Xian heard it, she did not hesitate at all and flatly rejected Li Mu. No, I escaped. If I go back, they will definitely force me to marry again. I won't go back, even if I die. There is food and drink here, why should I go back? It was hard to imagine that a dragon's dream was to have food and drink. But since she was unwilling, Li Mu did not force her. For the dragon clan, the first priority was to reproduce and maintain the continuation of the clan. It was no wonder that Chang Xian was forced to marry. The earlier she married, the more time she had left to give birth to young dragons. It was extremely difficult for the dragon clan to reproduce. If every dragon clan married late and had children late, perhaps they would have gone extinct with the ancient beasts. It was no wonder that the relationship between the White Demon King and the sister's mother was opposed by the White Dragon clan. It was not easy for the dragon clan to reproduce. In the end, their own daughter ran away with a snake. Which parent would not be angry? As such, Li Mu first went to the East Sea and then returned with Chang Xian to visit the dragon clan of the South Sea. Li Mu did not know the location of the East Sea Dragon Palace. In the beginning, Tingxin often used the spirit snail to contact him. Later, the sisters were forced by their elders to cultivate in seclusion. Li Mu had not heard from them for a long time. The sea was vast and Li Mu did not know the location of the East Sea Dragon Palace. However, the dragon clans of the 4 seas were in contact with each other. Li Mu asked Aofeng to accompany him to the depths of the East Sea. After not seeing them for a long time, Li Mu also missed the pair of clingy sisters. Chapter 628. Deep in the East Sea. There were no clouds in the sky, and the surface of the sea was rippling. This place was deserted, and there seemed to be no life. However, there was another world under the sea. Fish and prawns played on the shallow surface of the sea. Below the surface of the sea, there were aquatic creatures patrolling. Palaces made of crystal coral sat at the bottom of the sea. This was the dragon palace of the East Sea's white dragon race. At a certain moment, there was a subtle fluctuation in the sea above. 2 figures slowly approached the dragon palace. Soon, they were discovered by the aquatic creatures patrolling around the dragon palace. 2 prawn soldiers swam over with weapons and shouted, Who are you? How dare you approach the Dragon Palace? Li Mu stopped in front of the Dragon Palace and looked at the two prawn soldiers. He said, I'm a friend of the White Demon King. I'm here to find him. Please inform him. The two prawn soldiers looked at each other. One of them waved his hand and said, What White Demon King? There is no White Demon King here. This is the Dragon Palace. Outsiders are not allowed to come close. Leave quickly, or don't blame us for being rude. This was the East Sea Dragon Palace. After Heart Song and Heart Listening's mother revived, their family came here. Even if the White Demon King wasn't in the Dragon Palace, the two prawn soldiers shouldn't have such an attitude. Li Mu didn't waste time talking to the two prawns. He scanned with his divine perception and soon found the White Demon King's aura in a palace below. He didn't hide his aura. When he scanned with his divine perception, the White Demon King also found him. Li Mu sensed that the White Demon King was about to approach him in the palace when he was suddenly blocked by something. Li Mu's figure flashed and appeared above the palace. The palace was sealed by an array. The White Demon King and Li Mu looked at each other from the array and hurriedly said, Why are you here? Leave quickly. This isn't a place you can trespass. The White Demon King's situation was clearly different from what Li Mu had imagined. Li Mu could tell at a glance that the array's function was to imprison. His face sank slightly as he asked, What's going on? Where are Heart Song and Heart Listening? The White Demon King said anxiously, There's no time to talk about this. Hurry up and leave or it'll be too late. Before he could finish his sentence, a harsh voice came from one of the palaces. Who dares to trespass into my East Sea Dragon Palace? A white figure flew out from the palace, heading straight for Li Mu. In the blink of an eye, the white light dissipated and a young man clad in silver armor appeared in front of Li Mu. The young man had horns on his forehead. He was a level 6 white dragon. Li Mu did not even look at him. He looked straight at the White Demon King and said, I'll let you out first. After saying that, he raised his hand and pressed down on the palace below. Seeing that it was being ignored, the white dragon was furious and said in a deep voice, How dare you, human? Don't be so arrogant. He quickly condensed 2 huge ice hammers in his hands and smashed them towards Li Mu's head. Li Mu pressed one hand against the array formation while his other hand slapped the white dragon. Boom! Under his palm, the formation that enveloped the palace didn't even last a breath before it collapsed. Bang! At the same time, the silver-armored young man's giant hammer also shattered. The white dragon felt a terrifying aura lock onto him and was choked without any resistance. His eyes were wide open, filled with shock and fear. This was the deepest part of the East Sea. Less than 10% of human cultivators remained here. With his level 6 dragon cultivation, he didn't even fear a level 7 transcendent human. However, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from this young man. Ao Feng stood silently behind Li Mu and watched. Li Mu's attack confirmed his guess. He must have received Ao Qing and Ao Shen's inheritance. Although he still looked like a human, he was no different from a dragon. His body was extremely strong. Not only did he not weaken in the water, he became even stronger. He was more like a dragon than a dragon. After the array formation was destroyed by Li Mu, the White Demon King immediately flew up. He looked at Li Mu in shock and muttered, Your strength. Li Mu waved his hand and said, Let's talk about this later. Where are Inxin and Tingxin? Thinking of Li Mu's strength, a glimmer of hope appeared in the White Demon King's eyes. He said, They were taken to the North Sea. Go and save them. It's not too late. Li Mu frowned and asked, Why are they going to the North Sea? The White Demon King said, The elders forced them to marry the silver dragon. I didn't agree, so they trapped me here. The elders have already gone to the North Sea. They want to help Inxin and Tingxin form a half-dragon body first. Not long after, in the East Sea, 2 figures sped through the water. The experts of the White Dragon race had gone to the North Sea first. There were only some young and old dragons in the East Sea Dragon Palace. After Li Mu helped the White Demon King suppress the rebellious dragons, he immediately went to the North Sea. Ao Feng had already transformed into his dragon form. At this moment, he was panting heavily as he followed behind Li Mu with difficulty. He said weakly, slow down, slow down. I can't keep up." As a dragon, the absolute overlord of the water, his speed in the sea was actually inferior to a human's. At this moment, Ao Feng's heart was filled with humiliation. Li Mu had already informed Shen Jizi to have the experts of the Black Dragon race on standby in the North Sea. Then he rushed to the North Sea with Ao Feng. He had already learned the details of the matter from the White Demon King. Their family had lived very well in the East Sea in the beginning. They thought that the East Sea Dragon race had already accepted them, but they didn't expect the elders of the White Dragon race to have other plans. It was extremely difficult for the dragon race to reproduce. Tingxin and Inxin's mother had already been engaged to the Silver Dragon race. Later on, she didn't want her fate to be arranged and escaped from the East Sea. After she met the White Demon King, what happened next happened. The White Dragon race had always been brooding over this matter. On the surface, they accepted them, but secretly they had ulterior motives. There was a huge difference between the Dragon Clan and other clans. Clans with the bloodline of the Dragon Clan could transform into a true dragon through continuous transformations. In legends, carps leaping over the dragon gate wouldn't happen in reality. However, flood dragons, snakes, and other races with the dragon bloodline could only retain the pure dragon bloodline in their bodies through the dragon race's secret arts. Although their strength was still inferior to a true dragon after the transformation, the children they gave birth to would have the pure dragon bloodline. Even though the dragon race was very proud and viewed all races other than the dragon race as inferior races and didn't want the noble bloodline of the dragon race to be contaminated with their reproductive ability, if they didn't do so, the dragon race of the Four Seas would have gone extinct long ago. Inxin and Tingxin had half snake bloodline and half dragon bloodline. After removing the snake bloodline in their bodies, they would become true dragons. This was naturally a good thing for the White Dragon race. It meant that they could send the two sisters to the Silver Dragon race for marriage. However, at that time, Inxin and Tingxin wouldn't be the green snake and white snake sisters that Li Mu knew. In addition, on this trip to the North Sea, other than saving the two sisters, he also had to save their mother. Back then, she had angered the Silver Dragon race by running away from the marriage. Although more than 20 years had passed, the Silver Dragon race still wanted the White Dragon race to fulfill the marriage agreement and forced her to marry the Silver Dragon race. As a result, the White Demon King was imprisoned. Ao Feng used all his strength to barely keep up with Li Mu. He couldn't help but say, "The White Dragon race didn't do anything wrong in this matter. Every dragon has the heavy responsibility of inheriting the race on their shoulders. As a dragon, she betrayed her race. If all dragons were like her, the dragon race would have long ceased to exist. If this happened to the Black Dragon race, I would definitely punish her according to the race's rules." Regarding this matter, Li Mu didn't argue with Ao Feng. As an individual, every dragon had the right to pursue happiness and love freely. However, for a race, the most important thing was to reproduce and strengthen. Regardless of whether it was the human race, the demon race, or the dragon race, it was the same. Li Mu didn't care about the other dragons, but he wouldn't sit by and watch Inxin and Tingxin be forced. Even though he knew that the transformation couldn't be so fast and he still had enough time, Li Mu was still impatient. He glanced at Ao Feng behind him and said coldly, "Can you hurry up? You're still so slow in the sea. You're really embarrassing the dragon race." Chapter 629. North Sea Dragon Palace. There were 4 major dragon clans in the 10 continents, each occupying a sea region. The Silver Dragon Clan ruled the North Sea, and the billions of water clans in the North Sea all submitted to the Silver Dragon Clan. It was a joyous day for the Silver Dragon Clan. All the water clan masters gathered near the North Sea Dragon Palace. There weren't many dragons, and it was difficult for them to reproduce. Therefore, marriage and reproduction were very important. As the overlord of the North Sea, the Silver Dragon Clan had 2 joyous occasions. All the famous water clans in the North Sea came to congratulate them. Among them, there was no lack of great demons with 6th realm aura. A human-looking old man with a turtle shell on his back walked to the Dragon Palace. After the guard recorded it, he said loudly, "Surging Waves Island's Master Rashi sends a spiritual armor. Then, a skinny man with a human head and a human body with 8 tentacles and a muscular man with a black dorsal fin on his back walked over. Commander Mo Yuanzhang sends 100,000 spiritual jades. White Shark Clan sends 10 beauties. The North Sea Water Clan masters all gave their gifts and walked into the Dragon Palace. This time, the Silver Dragon King and the third prince were getting married at the same time. It was a rare happy occasion for the Silver Dragon Clan. They were connected by marriage to the White Dragon Clan of the East Sea. It was said that the Silver Dragon King, who was still the crown prince at the time, had a marriage agreement with a White Dragon Clan more than 20 years ago. However, the White Dragon had escaped before the wedding. This incident had once made the Silver Dragon Clan a laughingstock in the North Sea. Now that more than 20 years had passed, the White Dragon Lady of the Dragon Clan had returned to the clan, and the two clans had brought forward the matter of the past. However, after so many years, the Dragon Lady had married into the Silver Dragon Clan again, and her status was naturally not as high as before. The Silver Dragon King was already at the 7th realm, and he already had several spouses. He only married a dragon girl from the White Dragon Clan for the sake of procreation. However, all the sovereigns of the Dragon Clan had to think of ways to pass down their outstanding bloodline, so the more spouses they had, the better. In addition, the Silver Dragon third prince was also going to marry a pair of sisters. These two sisters were of the Snake Clan and had half of the Dragon Clan's bloodline. After purifying their bloodline, they could give birth to children with pure Dragon Clan's bloodline. Dragon ladies were very rare, and most of them were already partners of the same clan. Partial Dragon Clan members like the third Dragon Prince could only marry these half-dragons with impure bloodlines. Deep in the North Sea Dragon Palace, 2 silver dragons stood in front of a dragon palace, guarding the entrance. Inside the Dragon Palace, a woman stood there with a desolate figure. Beside her was a couple from the Dragon Tribe. The Dragon Tribe elder sighed and said, "If I had known that this was the elder's trap, I wouldn't have let you come back. We wouldn't have ended up in this situation." The old woman also sighed and said, "I pity those 2 children." In the corner of the Dragon Palace, In Xian and Ting Xian stood there. One was in a daze while the other looked depressed. Bai Tingxin originally thought that she had found her family after following her parents to the East Sea. She did not expect that not only were her movements restricted by them, but even the spirit conch used to contact Li Mu had been snatched away. Bai Tingxin gritted her teeth. If she had known this would happen, she would have taken more initiative and settled the matter earlier. If she had settled Li Mu at that time, she would not have returned to the East Sea, and the current situation would not have happened. They had not contacted each other for so long. She did not know if he missed them or if he had come to look for them. The East Sea was so big. Without someone to lead the way, he would definitely not be able to find them. In the center of the hall, the Dragon Tribe elder looked at his daughter who seemed to have lost her soul. A trace of sorrow appeared in his eyes. After a long time, he seemed to have made a decision and said in a low voice, "For so many years, I have been thinking for the Dragon Tribe. Today, I want to do something for my daughter." Boom! In the North Sea Dragon Palace, one of the Dragon Palaces suddenly collapsed. Several figures flew out from it. The 2 guards at the entrance of the Dragon Palace were the first to notice and immediately turned into 2 silver lights to block them. A white light flew out from the figures and collided with the 2 silver lights. Then both sides retreated. As for the other figures, they quickly flew to the surface of the sea. "Ao Guang, what are you doing?" A stern voice suddenly came from one of the palaces in front. Another old man with white hair and beard appeared beside him in an instant. The Dragon Tribe elder looked at him and said angrily, "First elder, this is unfair to her." The White Dragon Tribe's first elder snorted and said, "Fair? Don't forget that as a dragon tribe we should put our tribe first. She has already humiliated our White Dragon Tribe. Do you want her to humiliate us a second time?" As soon as he finished speaking, he wanted to chase up but was stopped by Ao Guang. "You overestimate yourself." He snorted and did not even look at Ao Guang. His figure disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the other 4 figures. They were only a few feet away from the surface of the sea. However, this distance could never be crossed. The White Dragon tribe's first elder rolled up his sleeves and brought them back to the bottom of the sea. Then, he locked the mother and daughters in another palace. After sealing the palace with a formation, he said to Ao Guang and his wife, "You have humiliated the East Sea. When you go back, you and your wife will be punished to face the wall for 3 years." Then, he turned to the elders behind him and said, "I'm sorry. Our tribe members are ignorant and have made a fool of themselves." A Silver Dragon tribe elder glanced at him and said, "There are a lot of people in the East Sea who don't know the rules. When you go back, discipline them well. Before you discipline them, don't let them come out and humiliate us again." The White Dragon tribe's first elder's expression was a little unnatural. However, the Silver Dragon tribe was stronger than the White Dragon tribe. He could only smile apologetically and said, "I will discipline them well." At this time in a palace, a woman held In Xian and Ting Xian's hands and said guiltily, "It's mother who has implicated you." In Xian collected her disappointment and shook her head. "Mother, don't say that. You also fell into their trap." Ting Xian sighed and murmured, "Are we really not fated to be together in this life? If the heavens give me another chance, I will definitely not leave the divine capital." The incident just now was just a small interlude. After the interlude, the North Sea Dragon Palace quickly regained its peace. In the main hall of the Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon tribe and the White Dragon tribe's elders took their seats respectively. The incident just now made the Silver Dragon tribe's people look a little ugly. The White Dragon tribe's elders could only lower their posture. After all, the Silver Dragon tribe's strength was second only to the Black Dragon tribe. Moreover, the powerhouses of the Silver Dragon tribe still had a long lifespan. On the other hand, the White Dragon tribe's strength was the weakest of the 4 seas. The 2 Seventh Realm elders only had a dozen years left in their lifespans. In front of the Silver Dragon tribe, they did not even have the confidence to speak loudly. In order to obtain the Silver Dragon tribe's protection, the White Dragon tribe had not only sacrificed their people this time but also brought a lot of dowry. Of course, the Silver Dragon tribe also saw their predicament. They originally wanted to use the incident just now to make the White Dragon tribe pay some other price. However, before they could speak, 3 Silver Dragon tribe elders suddenly stood up and looked out of the palace. Then they quickly flew out. The 2 Seventh Realm elders of the White Dragon tribe also sensed something and flew out with the Silver Dragon tribe. The seawater in the distance was deep and serene. In the eyes of other water tribe members, there was nothing there. However, in the eyes of the Dragon tribe's powerhouses, there were 5 black giant dragons in the distant seawater rushing towards them. The first elder of the White Dragon tribe looked to his side and asked in surprise, "You invited the Black Dragon tribe?" The first elder of the Silver Dragon tribe shook his head and said in surprise, "No, I thought you invited them." The first elder of the White Dragon tribe was puzzled. "Then why are they here? To congratulate us?" The Silver Dragon tribe's reputation is so great that even the Black Dragon King and the 4 elders of the Wind, Rain, Thunder, and Lightning tribe personally came to congratulate us. Chapter 630. Although the dragon races of the 4 seas were all part of the dragon race, they each had their own way of doing things. Other than the occasional marriage alliance, they did not have much contact with each other. This was especially so for the Black Dragon race, who thought highly of themselves. Because they were the most talented among the dragon races and had produced many powerful fighters, they did not care about the other 3 dragon races at all. The Black Dragon King and the 4 elders actually came personally for the marriage alliance between the North Sea and the East Sea. This was out of everyone's expectations. Although they were surprised, the Silver Dragon and the White Dragon elders immediately flew outside the North Sea Dragon Palace to personally welcome the Black Dragon race's arrival. This action naturally attracted the attention of the guests in the Dragon Palace. The elders of the 2 races were both Realm 7 fighters. Who was this person that was qualified for them to collectively welcome him? These Water Tribe powerful fighters did not dare to be negligent. They all came outside the Dragon Palace and stood respectfully behind the elders of the 2 races, looking ahead curiously. A few black figures gradually appeared at the end of their vision. Although they were still very blurry, the pressure coming from afar made everyone present feel a suffocating pressure. The black figures were extremely fast and gradually became clearer. Murmurs came from the crowd. It's the Black Dragons. They actually came too. The Black Dragon race is the leader of the dragon races of the 4 seas. Is the Silver Dragon race so important? Under everyone's gaze, the 5 black dragons quickly arrived in front of the dragon palace and transformed into 5 human figures. 4 of them were elders with extremely powerful auras. The last one was a middle-aged man with a slightly weaker aura, but he also had Realm 7 cultivation. 5 Realm 7 fighters of the Black Dragon race came. The Silver Dragon race's first elder walked forward and smiled with cupped fists. For elders and the Black Dragon King's arrival should have been notified in advance so that we could prepare in advance. Facing the Silver Dragon race's first elder, Ao Feng and the other 3 elders did not speak. The Black Dragon King also maintained his silence. At this moment, the North Sea powerful fighters, including the Silver Dragon and White Dragon elders, realized that there was a human standing in front of the Black Dragon King and the 4 elders. However, everyone only had eyes for the Black Dragon race and ignored his existence from beginning to end. Now that they finally noticed him, they were shocked to find that this person was standing in front of the Black Dragon King and the 4 great elders of the Black Dragon clan, and the 5 experts of the Black Dragon clan seemed to be led by this person. Only then did the first elder of the Silver Dragon clan come to his senses. He was both surprised and doubtful, but he still looked at Li Mu kindly and asked, "This is—" Li Mu did not reply. He scanned the North Sea Dragon Palace with his spiritual perception and soon found 2 pitiful and helpless sisters locked in a palace. His figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the palace. The elders of the Silver Dragon clan and the White Dragon clan were shocked. This was the first time they had seen a human being able to display speed comparable to that of the Dragon clan at a depth of 10,000 feet. Who is it? The 2 Silver Dragon guards at the entrance of the palace immediately discovered this uninvited guest, and they were just about to step forward to stop him when their bodies were sent flying through the air. Li Mu took a step forward. Suddenly, an obstruction appeared in front of him. It was the array formation that covered the entire palace. With a sweep of his aura, the array formation burst like a soap bubble. Li Mu took a step forward and appeared in the palace. The commotion outside immediately attracted the attention of the 3 people in the palace. The woman looked at Li Mu with surprise and confusion. After being stunned for a moment, the other 2 figures turned into 2 figures, one green and one white, and flew towards Li Mu. Yin Xian grabbed Li Mu's hand tightly, her face full of joy. Ting Xian, on the other hand, hung on Li Mu's body as usual, sobbing. "You finally came to save me. They bullied me and my sister." At this moment, the elders of the Silver Dragon clan and the White Dragon clan also rushed over. They looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. Li Mu took Ting Xian off her body and gently patted her head. He looked back at everyone and asked, "Who bullied you?" Ting Xian pointed at the great elder of the White Dragon clan and said, He stole my spiritual snail and forced me, my sister, and my mother to marry someone else. He's the worst." The great elder of the White Dragon clan's face was gloomy. He was about to reprimand her when his expression suddenly changed. He crossed his hands in front of his chest. Bang! After a dull sound, his body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. He flew out, and all the bones in his body seemed to have fallen apart. Before he could react, his body was hit hard again. He fell from the sky to the ground. A crystal palace was smashed by him, and a huge pit was formed on the ground. The experts of the aquatics who came to the North Sea Dragon Palace to congratulate them were all stunned. Someone dared to make trouble here? A figure flew out from the ruins of the Crystal Palace. As expected of the Dragon Clan, even after suffering such a heavy blow, he did not suffer any injuries. He just looked a little embarrassed. However, he felt endless humiliation when he suffered a loss at the hands of a human in front of the Dragon Clan and many other members of the aquatics. A long spear appeared in his hand, and he said in a cold voice, "You're courting death." As soon as he said that, a spear light pierced through the space of 1,000 feet and headed straight for Li Mu. Ting Xian and Yin Xian, who had chased out of the palace, were shocked. Ting Xian's face was full of regret. She said in a panic, "What should we do? What should we do? I shouldn't have told him. He can't possibly be the great elder's match." Ao Feng glanced at her and said indifferently, "Don't worry. If Ao Yuan was his match, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state." Ao Feng knew very well that although Ao Yuan was older, his strength was only that of an ordinary 7th-level dragon. He could barely win against an ordinary 7th-level human. It was undoubtedly impossible for him to win against Li Mu. No one below the 8th level was his match, whether on land, in the sky, or under the sea. As expected, the great elder of the White Dragon clan was forced to retreat in front of everyone. The aquatics and dragons present could not believe that a human could suppress a 7th-level dragon at the bottom of the North Sea. Seeing this, the other White Dragon clan elder was about to make a move. Ao Feng glanced at him and reminded him, "I advise you not to move." At this moment, Li Mu was barehanded. The great elder of the White Dragon clan seemed to be taking a beating, but it was all physical pain. If they forced Li Mu to take out that spear or that bow, they would have to endure more than physical pain. However, the elder of the White Dragon clan obviously did not listen to Ao Feng's words and joined the battle in the next moment. Then, everyone saw a dazzling green light appear from the human's hand and land heavily on the elder of the White Dragon clan. Boom! He came quickly and left even faster. His body was sent flying by a spear, and another crystal palace was turned into ruins. The Silver Dragon clan elder and Silver Dragon King's expressions were ugly. This human caused trouble in the North Sea Dragon Palace. He clearly did not give the Silver Dragon clan any face. No matter what, they could not let him continue like this. The Silver Dragon King took a step forward. Ao Feng spoke again. "I advise you again. It's best if you don't move." The Silver Dragon King glanced at him and still rushed toward Li Mu without hesitation. Whoosh! Midway through his flight, a simple and unadorned bow appeared in Li Mu's hand, and he shot an arrow without hesitation. Before touching the human, the Silver Dragon King felt a strong sense of danger. This arrow made it impossible for him to retreat or dodge. He only had time to transform into his dragon form and forcefully block it with the strong body of the Dragon Clan. After a dragon roar that contained extreme pain, a rain of dragon scales fell from the sky above the Dragon Palace. The Silver Dragon King was covered in wounds. The scales on his body peeled off one by one, and he fell weakly to the ground. The White Dragon Clan's second elder had just climbed up from the ruins. When he saw the scene, he slowly lay back down. As for the White Dragon Clan's great elder, after seeing the power of this arrow, the humiliation and anger on his face instantly disappeared. The figure that rushed toward Li Mu also stopped abruptly. The entire North Sea Dragon Palace was dead silent. Li Mu flew back to Ting Xian's side. He looked around and asked, "Who else bullied you?" Wherever his gaze passed, everyone, including the two Silver Dragon Clan's elders, took a step back. Ting Xian and Ting Xian were already stunned by the scene in front of them. They were so stunned that they could not speak. At this moment, the Silver Dragon Clan's great elder glared at Ao Feng and said loudly, "Is the Black Dragon Clan betraying the Dragon Clan? You are not his match. What does it have to do with the Black Dragon Clan? Did we attack?" Ao Feng could not help but say, "Moreover, I already advised you just now. Did anyone listen to me?" The Silver Dragon Clan and the White Dragon Clan had a total of 5 7th realms. Among them, there were 2 from the White Dragon Clan and 3 from the Silver Dragon Clan. The Silver Dragon King had clearly lost the ability to fight back. As long as the Black Dragon Clan did not attack, could this human fight against 4 of them alone? The Silver Dragon Clan's great elder looked at Li Mu, whose aura had weakened by 20%, and said in a deep voice, "Attack together. He can't shoot many arrows." At this moment, Ao Feng knew that the Black Dragon Clan could not sit by and watch anymore. As dragons, they did not want to help Li Mu fight against their own clan, but they could not let the White Dragon Clan and the Silver Dragon Clan continue to make mistakes. Not to mention that the 4 of them might not be able to turn the situation around even if they joined forces. Even if Li Mu was not a match for him, if he wanted to escape, no dragon here could stop him. Then what? The White Dragon Clan and the Silver Dragon Clan would definitely face his endless revenge. His revenge was not something that these two clans could bear. Ao Feng took a step forward and said in a low voice, "Stop." The Silver Dragon Clan's great elder looked at him and said in a deep voice, "Is the Black Dragon Clan really going to help an outsider fight against your own clan?" Ao Feng's lips trembled as he transmitted a few words to him. The Silver Dragon Clan's great elder's expression changed slightly as he transmitted a message. "Is what you said true?" Ao Feng said indifferently, "You have no idea how powerful this person is. If the four of you attack together, at least one of you will die here today, and you won't be able to stop him. The next time he comes, he won't be alone. For the sake of the Dragon Clan, let me remind you, if you still insist on doing things your own way, I can't do anything." The Silver Dragon Clan's great elder's expression kept changing. Ao Feng saw that he wanted to retreat, so he took the initiative to say, "Fighting will hurt the harmony. How about this? Everyone give me some face and sit down to talk." Li Mu had already vented his anger for Yin Xian and Ting Xian, and the Silver Dragon Clan also wanted to find a way out. Under Ao Feng's mediation, they temporarily stopped fighting and came to the Silver Dragon Clan's meeting hall. The White Dragon Clan's great elder stared straight at Li Mu and asked, "Who are you? What's your relationship with them? Why are you interfering with our Dragon Clan's family matters?" Li Mu did not have an easy answer to this question. In the past, Li Mu could be said to be their uncle, but the White Demon King had already broken off his relationship with him. Should he say that they were his god sisters? At this moment, Ting Xian, who was at the side, hugged Li Mu's arm tightly. She puffed out her chest and said loudly, "He's our man." Yin Xian heard this and took the initiative to hold Li Mu's arm. Li Mu felt the pressure from both sides. After being stunned for a moment, he looked coldly at the opposite side and said, "You bullied my woman. The White Dragon Clan's debt. I'll settle it with you later." Chapter 631. Li Mu spoke confidently. His aura was so oppressive that the elders of the Azure Dragon and White Dragon could not raise their heads. Ting Xian and Yin Xian's actions reminded Li Mu that the two sisters had the bloodline of the dragon race and could be considered half a member of the dragon race. This matter was also considered a family matter of the East Sea Dragon race. Li Mu was not related to them, so what reason did he have to stand up for them? It was different now. It was natural for a man to stand up for his woman. He had already occupied the highest moral ground. The White Dragon and the Silver Dragon race were at a disadvantage in terms of reason. The elders of the White Dragon and the Silver Dragon race did not expect things to turn out like this. This was originally a family matter of the White Dragon race, but now it had become someone else's family matter. If this person was weak, the dragon race would not need any reason at all. They would directly erase his existence, and everything would be settled. Unfortunately, this person was extremely strong and had a close relationship with the Black Dragon race. The two races did not have the strength, so it was impossible for them to do that. The Silver Dragon race's Grand Elder could only bite the bullet and say, "The White Dragon race did not tell us about this, so we did not know. Since they are your wives, the marriage agreement with the Silver Dragon race is naturally cancelled. Your Excellency can take them away." Li Mu glanced at him and said indifferently, "I'll take away your dragon girls. I'll let you take them back in a few days. What does the Silver Dragon race think?" This meant that there was no way to be kind. The Silver Dragon race's Grand Elder asked with a sullen face, "Then what do you want?" At this moment, Ao Feng mediated. "Since you've done something wrong, you naturally have to pay some price. This is a matter of course. The mental damage of these two juniors has to be compensated." After the previous incident, Ao Feng already knew the meaning of mental damage compensation and used it flexibly. The Silver Dragon race's Grand Elder Taoist priest said, "He also seriously injured our Dragon King?" Ao Feng waved his hand and said, "There's always a first come, first served rule. You captured his wife first, so you were in the wrong first. Besides, the Silver Dragon King also took the initiative to attack. At that time, I kindly advised him, but he just didn't listen. Who can you blame now?" The great elder of the Silver Dragon clan could see that Ao Feng was on the side of the human. Although he didn't know what benefits the human had promised him, it was definitely not wise to go against the Black Dragon clan. The Silver Dragon clan had no choice but to accept this loss. It was just that he still did not understand Ao Feng's meaning and asked, "What is mental damage compensation?" Ao Feng said, "It's simple. It's just 100,000 high-grade spiritual jades." Before Li Mu could say anything, Ao Feng had already made the decision for him. This was because the Black Dragon clan had paid such a price back then. The Silver Dragon race's Grand Elder exclaimed in shock, 100,000! 100,000 high-grade spiritual jades was not a small sum. Even a large underwater mine would not be able to gather 100,000 high-grade spiritual jades. Although the Silver Dragon clan had accumulated more than 1,000,000 spiritual jades, that was the result of generations of accumulation. Taking out 100,000 spiritual jades at once was extremely painful. Meanwhile, Ao Feng added, 100,000 per person, a total of 300,000. The other elder of the Silver Dragon clan blurted out, "Why is there an extra 100,000? Ao Feng glanced at him and said, "Not only did you force someone else's wife, you even forced someone else's mother-in-law to marry your Dragon King. 300,000 spiritual jades isn't much. If this matter were to fall on my head, I would definitely exterminate their entire clan." As soon as he said this, the two elders of the Silver Dragon clan fell silent. If it was only this human, the Silver Dragon clan would do their best to keep him in the North Sea. However, the Black Dragon clan's powerhouses had turned out in full force and stood on the side of this human. If they did not agree, things would develop in an unpredictable direction. At that time, the Silver Dragon clan's losses would be more than 300,000 spiritual jades. So far, the Silver Dragon King was seriously injured, and several of the North Sea Dragon clan's crystal palaces had collapsed. Most importantly, the Silver Dragon clan had lost all face in front of the North Sea's aquatic creatures. Could be said that they had suffered heavy losses. In the end, they still had to compensate the troublemakers with so many spiritual jades. When had they ever suffered such a huge loss? With the Black Dragon clan standing up for them, they could only pinch their noses and accept it. The Silver Dragon clan's first elder nodded with difficulty and said, "We are willing to compensate." Ao Feng asked for 300,000 high-grade spiritual jades. After the Silver Dragon clan agreed, Li Mu did not say anything else. He had just caused a ruckus in the North Sea Dragon Palace and seriously injured the Silver Dragon King. It could be said that he had helped the White Demon King vent his anger. 300,000 spiritual jades to compensate Ting Xian and Yin Xian for their mental damage was not considered perfunctory. They were only frightened for a while and did not suffer any substantial injuries. Otherwise, Li Mu would not have let these two clans off so easily. After all, he was now their man. Li Mu's face was cold. He glanced at the two elders of the Silver Dragon clan and said coldly, "If Ao Feng did not plead for mercy for you, I would definitely have wiped out the North Sea Dragon clan today." Beside him, the two sisters, Yin Xian and Ting Xian, were holding his arm. Their eyes were shining, especially Ting Xian, who was staring straight at Li Mu. Her eyes were full of affection, and she was unwilling to look away for even a moment. Ao Feng was also stunned for a moment. He did not expect Li Mu to care about his face. If anyone else said that they would wipe out the North Sea Dragon clan, Ao Feng would laugh because it was a fool's dream. Since ancient times, no human had been able to defeat the Dragon clan in the sea. However, the man in front of him really had the strength. Li Mu glanced at the two elders of the White Dragon clan. Ao Feng immediately understood. He looked at the two elders of the White Dragon clan and said, "And you too. Outsiders don't dare to bully you, but you only dare to bully your own clansmen. You have embarrassed the Dragon clan. Take out 300,000 spiritual jades and this matter will be settled. Otherwise, no matter what happens in the future, I will not help you." He was not doing this for Li Mu's sake. He just felt that it was unfair. The Black Dragon clan had offended Li Mu and paid a painful price. It also made his heart ache. Seeing the White Dragon clan and Silver Dragon clan suffer the same thing as them, he felt much better. Even the Silver Dragon clan had surrendered. The White Dragon clan only had 2 elders who did not have much lifespan left. It was even more impossible for them to go against Ao Feng's wishes. They could only grit their teeth and accept it. Li Mu originally wanted to form an alliance with the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas. However, it seemed that an alliance was impossible. After witnessing the strength of the Silver Dragon Clan and White Dragon Clan, Li Mu did not have any intention of forming an alliance with them. He thought that there might be differences in strength between the dragon clans of the Four Seas, but it should not be too big. He did not expect that only the Black Dragon clan's strength was passable. The Silver Dragon King and the 2 elders were all trash. The White Dragon clan was even worse. They only had 2 7th-level elders, and it was obvious that they did not have much lifespan left. It was meaningless to form an alliance with them. After receiving compensation for the 2 sisters' psychological damage from the Silver Dragon clan, Li Mu brought them back to the East Sea. He was going to take 300,000 spiritual jades from the East Sea Dragon clan before leaving with them. Although the East Sea was their home in a sense, the Dragon clan did not have any human feelings in order to reproduce. It was better not to stay in such a home. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, Li Mu received 300,000 spiritual jades from the White Dragon clan. The White Demon King held his wife's hand. Ting Xian and In Xian's mother looked at the Dragon clan couple behind them and said, "Father, Mother, leave the East Sea with us." Ting Xian followed and said, "Grandfather, Grandmother, leave with us?" Ao Guang shook his head and said, "No need. We were born in the East Sea and grew up in the East Sea. We don't want to leave here. Besides, we don't have many years left. The bottom of the East Sea is our home." Li Mu had heard the 2 sisters mention more than once that their grandfather and grandmother were very good to them. This Dragon clan couple's cultivation was at the 6th level, but they would probably stay at the 6th level for the rest of their lives. Unlike In Xian and Ting Xian, they had a strong sense of belonging to the East Sea Dragon clan. No one could force them to leave if they did not want to. However, if they left just like that and left them here to die, In Xian and Ting Xian would probably feel uncomfortable. Li Mu thought for a moment, then pointed at a palace behind him and said, "The 2 of you, come with me. In Xin, you come in as well." Hearing this, Ting Xian puffed out her chest and said unhappily, "Why are you only letting my sister go in?" Letting In Xian go in was because she could help Li Mu set up the formation. However, if Ting Xian was not allowed to go in, she would definitely let her imagination run wild. Li Mu waved his hand and said, Okay. If you want to come in together." Ao Feng stood outside the palace and glanced at the 2 elders of the White Dragon clan. He said, "You don't have much time left. If it wasn't for this incident, he might have used the Talisman of Divine Secret to extend your lives by 10 years. Now, haha. Talisman of Divine Secret." The 2 elders of the White Dragon clan looked at each other. After realizing what Ao Feng meant, they saw regret in each other's eyes. Although 10 years couldn't let them break through to the 8th realm, they could protect the White Dragon clan for 10 more years. However, it was useless to regret now. The White Dragon clan's first elder, Ao Yuan, forced a smile and comforted himself. "Even if you give us another 10 years, it won't be of much use. The Talisman of Divine Secret is useless to us." Living for 1 more day was still living. These 2 dragons were just comforting themselves. Ao Feng didn't expose them. After a full 2 hours, Ao Feng and the other Dragon Clan experts suddenly felt that the spiritual energy in the surroundings was abnormal. Soon it returned to normal. Then a few figures walked out of the palace. Walking in front was a middle-aged couple from the White Dragon clan. Ao Feng's gaze swept past them, and the next moment, he looked back. His dragon eyes were wide open as he said in shock, This you?" This couple was clearly Ao Guang and his wife who had just walked in. However, compared to before, they seemed to be dozens of years younger. Their white hair had turned black, and the wrinkles on their faces had disappeared. They looked radiant. When the mother and daughter stood together, they looked like sisters. Ao Feng looked at Li Mu and said in disbelief, "You? What did you do to them?" Li Mu shot a glance at Ao Feng and said indifferently, "It's nothing. It merely extended their lifespans by 60 years. Chapter 632. 160 years. Ao Feng turned around and stared at the young Ao Guang and his wife. The aura of death and lethargy on the two dragons, who were nearing the end of their lifespans, had been replaced by vigorous vitality. This was not something that could be covered up by illusions or other magical powers. Ao Feng knew that the divine secret talisman could help extend one's lifespan. However, it could only extend lifespan by 10 years for cultivators at the 6th realm and 3 to 5 years for cultivators at the 7th realm. However, Ao Guang and his wife had directly reversed 60 years. This was definitely not something that the divine secret talisman could do. Ao Feng stared at Li Mu and asked, How did you do it? Li Mu said indifferently, Just set up a random array formation. The heaven-stealing array could extend the lifespan of at most 10 people at the same time. The cost of the array formation was related to the cultivation level and number of people whose lifespans were being extended. Yen Xian and Yen Xian's grandparents were only at the 6th realm. They only needed to set up a small array formation, and it would not consume too many spirit jades. With Li Mu's current wealth, he could definitely afford it. Ao Feng was stunned for a moment. Then, excitement appeared on his face. As the great elder of the Black Dragon tribe and the most powerful member of the Black Dragon tribe, he was actually at a loss at this moment. He rubbed his hands and asked tentatively, Can you also set up one for us? Then, he added, The price is negotiable. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 spirit jades. He knew better than anyone what an extra 60 years of lifespan meant to the Black Dragon tribe. With the Black Dragon tribe's talent, this meant that he could easily advance to the 8th realm before his lifespan was exhausted. Ao Yu, Ao Lei, Ao Dian, and Ao and also had the possibility of advancing to the Dao integration stage. Once they advanced, their lifespan would be extended by another 60 years. At that time, the Black Dragon tribe would dominate the entire world. At this moment, Ao Feng seemed to have already seen this day. His eyes shone brightly. However, Li Mu's next words were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, completely extinguishing his dreams and ambitions. Li Mu looked at Ao Feng expressionlessly and asked, Do I look stupid? After Ao Feng recovered from his excitement, he realized a problem. The reason why Ao Guang and his wife could obtain such benefits was because they were the grandfather and grandmother of Li Mu's woman. In other words, they were Li Mu's grandfather and grandmother. What was the relationship between Ao Feng and Li Mu? If there was a relationship between them, it would be a relationship between them as enemies. At this moment, Ao Feng wished that he had 1 or 2 beautiful granddaughters. Unfortunately, his son was disappointing and only gave birth to 1 son. Ao Feng looked embarrassed as he said to Li Mu, I know that we had some misunderstandings before, but it's all in the past now. Li Mu pursed his lips and asked, Misunderstanding? You don't want the sun-shooting bow anymore? Although he still wanted the sun-shooting bow, it was obvious that he couldn't get it. He might as well give up on that thought. Ao Feng said firmly, No. Actually, the sun-shooting bow didn't belong to the Black Dragons. My ancestor Ao Xian accidentally picked it up one day. Li Mu continued, I made you lose a lot of spiritual jades. You won't hold a grudge against me because of this, right? Ao Feng shook his head and said, No, how could I? This is the compensation that I deserve. Li Mu smiled and said, If you want me to help you set up this formation, it's not completely impossible. It will depend on your Black Dragon clan's performance in the future. Overall, Li Mu was satisfied with Ao Feng and the Black Dragon clan's performance in the past few days. At present, the Black Dragon clan's talent and potential were indeed the best that Li Mu had seen. If he could turn them into reliable allies, he would have another powerful force to fight against the Demon Dao. However, although the Black Dragon clan was strong, they were not under Li Mu's control. If he was not careful, he would suffer a backlash. Before he had absolute strength, it was impossible for him to set up the sky-stealing formation for Ao Feng and the others. Performance in the future was a very vague phrase, but at least there was still a glimmer of hope. The Black Dragon clan could only grasp this glimmer of opportunity and satisfy Li Mu. Only then would they have the hope of regaining their glory. At this moment, Ao Feng was extremely regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would not have wanted the sun shooting Bao and would not have become enemies with the Fugu school. At the same time, the two elders of the White Dragon clan also looked regretful when they saw Ao Guang and his wife, who were dozens of years younger. This should have been the opportunity for the White Dragon clan to rise. But because of their wrong decision, they had missed the opportunity to increase their lifespan by 60 years. The two dragons' thoughts raced as they tried to think of a way to redeem themselves. Although Ao Guang and his wife's talent was not high, with an additional 60 years of lifespan, they would definitely be able to break through to the seventh realm. At that time, when the two of them died, they would be the guardians of the White Dragon clan. The two of them exchanged a few words through telepathy. The White Dragon clan's Grand Elder suddenly looked at Ao Guang and said with a solemn expression, "Ao Guang." The Grand Elder had supreme authority in the clan. Ao Guang immediately said, "Here." The White Dragon clan's Grand Elder Lao Dao said, "The two of us don't have much lifespan left. We can't protect the White Dragon clan for long. After our discussion, we've decided to appoint you as the new White Dragon King. From now on, the heavy responsibility of guarding the East Sea will be handed over to you." When had the two elders been so polite to him? They even wanted him to be the White Dragon King. Ao Guang was stunned on the spot, not knowing how to answer. The White Dragon clan's Grand Elder looked at him and asked, "Are you unwilling?" Ao Guang came back to his senses and immediately said, "I'm willing. Ao Guang swears to protect the East Sea and our clan." Li Mu could tell that the series of actions of the two elders of the White Dragon clan were done for him to see. These two old dragons were also nearing the end of their lifespan. They had their eyes on the sky-stealing array. He did not look at the two of them at all. He said to Yin Shining, "Let's go." At this moment, the White Dragon clan's Grand Elder immediately stepped forward and said, "Sir, please wait. This matter is our White Dragon clan's fault. 300,000 spiritual jades are not enough to express our apology. Please stay for a few more days and give us a chance to apologize." Li Mu did not respond. Instead, he looked at Yin Shining and Ting Xian and asked, "What do you think?" Ting Xian held Li Mu's arm tightly and said, "I'll listen to you." Yin Shining looked at her mother and saw that there was some reluctance in her eyes. She looked at Li Mu, nodded and said, "Then, let's stay for a few more days." Li Mu did not say anything more. The White Dragon clan had arranged a luxurious crystal palace for him. Li Mu sat cross-legged on the crystal bed and looked inside at the upper-level spiritual jades piled up like a mountain in the heavenly flask cave. His heart was already blooming with joy. The sisters had given all the spiritual jades to Li Mu, so that Li Mu's trip to the East Sea and North Sea this time was even more fruitful than the trip to the Black Dragon clan. With these spiritual jades, the strength of the Fugu school's disciples would usher in a big surge in 2 or 3 years. At a certain moment, Li Mu withdrew his mind and looked at the door. 2 figures pushed the door open and came in. Li Mu looked at Yin Shining and Ting Xian and asked, "It's so late. Why don't you go to sleep? What are you doing here?" Ting Xian held Yin Shining's arm, strode to the bed and said, "We're here to rest. We're your women. Of course, we should be with you at night." Li Mu was stunned and said, "That was just a temporary measure. If I hadn't said that at that time, what reason would I have to save you?" A sly look appeared on Ting Xian's face and she said, "What temporary measure? You've already accepted the dowry of 600,000 spiritual jades. Do you still want to go back on your word?" Li Mu looked at them. Yin Shining avoided his eyes, but Ting Xian stuck out her chest and said, "Now the Dragon clan of the 4 seas knows that we're your women. I don't care how you want us to marry in the future. You have to be responsible for us." Li Mu finally realized what was going on. Although he was acting, they were clearly trying to turn the act into reality. Chapter 633. Ting Xian's feelings for him had always been clear, but Yin Xin was different. She had always been very reserved, but this time, she actually followed her sister, which meant that they were really serious about each other. Fortunately, Li Mu had already expected this day. Their names were on the Empress list. All the names that appeared on that piece of paper could be written in the household register of the Li family. This matter had already been approved by the Empress. Today's Li Mu was no longer the little constable who had just met them. He did not evade or change the topic, but looked at them and asked, "Have you really thought it through?" Ting Xian pounced on him and threw him onto the bed. Her slender legs wrapped tightly around his waist and said, "I have already thought it through thousands of times. I have decided that you are my man in this life." Inshin grabbed Li Mu's hand shyly and said softly, I have also thought about it." The crystal palace was brightly lit. Inshin and Ting Xian snuggled up to Li Mu on both sides, whispering softly. In another palace of the East Sea Dragon Palace, the White Dragon clan's first elder, Ao Yuan, had just ordered the White Dragon King to abdicate. The White Dragon King was only at the 6th realm and was his nephew. A few years ago, Ao Yuan personally supported him to take the throne, and today he personally pulled him down from the position of Dragon King. The future of the White Dragon clan was in the hands of Ao Guang's 2 granddaughters, but because of the previous mistakes, they could no longer make up for it. They could only settle for the next best thing, which was to bet heavily on Ao Guang. Ao Guang and his wife had a good relationship with them. When Ao Guang became the White Dragon King, the revitalization of the East Sea Dragon clan was on his shoulders. How could they, who had the blood of the White Dragon clan, not help him? While the 2 elders of the White Dragon clan were thinking about Li Mu, Ao Feng was also pacing back and forth in the residence of the Black Dragon clan. At a certain moment, he looked at the other black dragons and asked, "Think carefully. Are there any young, beautiful, unmarried female dragons in the clan?" The few black dragons racked their brains to think. The Black Dragon King shook his head and said, "No. All the female dragons who have reached the age of marriage have already found partners. As for the others, they are either too young or too old. Those who are neither young nor old are not beautiful enough." Ao Feng sighed. The only way he could think of to get on Li Mu's good side was blocked just like that. The 2 most obvious characteristics of this person were his greed for money and his lust for women. After plundering the 3 dragon clans, if the Dark Dragon clan wanted to offer him any more spiritual jades, they would have to go bankrupt. It was not the best choice. She could think of a way to deal with his lust. Ao Guang and his wife gained 60 years of lifespan just because they had 2 beautiful granddaughters. Ao Feng was so envious that he was about to cry. Unfortunately, the Dark Dragon race did not have such a beautiful young female dragon. Just as the Dark Dragon race's experts were at their wits' end, the Dark Dragon King Ao and suddenly said, "I have an idea." Ao Feng immediately said, "What idea? Speak." Ao and said, "Although we don't have them in the West Sea, other places have them. It doesn't have to be a dragon lady of the Dark Dragon clan. The Azure Dragon clan and the Silver Dragon clan can also do." Ao Feng glanced at him and said, "What does this have to do with our Dark Dragon clan?" Ao and continued, "Although he's not from our clan, if we act as the middleman, we'll be able to change his impression of us even if we don't make any contributions." Ao Feng thought for a moment and asked, "What do you mean?" Ao and said, "Don't forget, there is a debt in the South Sea. We haven't settled it with them yet." Ao Feng's eyes lit up. "You mean?" Early the next morning, Li Mu came out of the Crystal Palace with women in his arms. In Xian and Ting Xian held his arms on both sides with happy smiles on their faces. It looked like he had a good night last night, but in fact, nothing happened last night. The Empress had a name, but she did not give Li Mu the right to act first and report later. The Empress was forced to accept the result of Su He and Phantom Princess's matter. This time, if Li Mu acted first and reported later, what awaited him would definitely not be the same as before. At that time, he would definitely have to face the Empress's storm. In addition to this reason, Li Mu also had to take care of Wan Wan and Xiao Bai's feelings. After all, they were the first to appear by Li Mu's side, but they were repeatedly cut in line by others. In their hearts, they would definitely feel that Li Mu did not like them anymore. Little girls liked to let their imaginations run wild, so he had to consider their feelings. The White Demon King's family originally planned to leave the East Sea, but after a night, they changed their mind and planned to stay here. Before leaving, the White Demon King looked at Li Mu meaningfully and said, "Take care of them, and remember to come back to the East Sea often. He did not let Yin Xian and Ting Xian stay. Instead, he let Li Mu take them away, as if entrusting them to him for the rest of his life. Li Mu nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will take good care of them." The mother of the two sisters also brought them to the side and said something. After that, the eyes of the mother and daughters were a little red. 2 hours later, Li Mu led the two sisters and the Black Dragon race to the East Sea's coast. On the way, Li Mu looked at Ao Feng and said, "After reaching the shore, return to Mount Baiyun first." Ao Feng rolled his eyes and said, "We still have some things to deal with. After we are done, we will return to Mount Baiyun." In the past, the Black Dragon race did not like Fulu school. After all, living under someone else's roof and being controlled by others was not a good life. However, the situation now was different. They wished they could stay at Mount Baiyun. Not to mention 8 or 10 years, if Li Mu could extend their lifespans by 60 years, they would be willing to move the West Sea Dragon Palace to Mount Baiyun. Li Mu nodded and said, "You guys go to your things first." He was not worried that Ao Feng and the other Black Dragon race experts would run away. The backbone of the Black Dragon race was at Mount Baiyun. The Black Dragon race would not abandon their people. After Ao Feng and the others left, Li Mu, Yin Xian, and Ting Xian came to the East County. He accompanied them to walk around the East County and taste the local delicacies. They had been restricted for a long time and had not come into contact with the mortal world for a long time. Just as Li Mu was taking the two sisters to play and relieve his mood, Ao Feng brought the other 3 elders and the Black Dragon King to the South Sea Dragon Palace. The 4 elders and the Black Dragon King came to visit the strongest Black Dragon race in the 4 seas, which shocked the entire South Sea Dragon Palace. The Azure Dragon race and the White Dragon race were the weakest in the 4 seas. Only the Dragon King and the first elder of the Azure Dragon race were at the 7th realm. The Black Dragon race had so many experts that it was enough to destroy the entire Azure Dragon race. The Azure Dragon King led his people out of the South Sea Dragon Palace and asked nervously, "Elders and the Black Dragon King, why did you suddenly come to the South Sea?" Ao Feng glanced at him and said indifferently, "If I remember correctly, the Black Dragon race and your Azure Dragon race still have a marriage agreement, right?" The Azure Dragon King's heart skipped a beat. He immediately said, "It's because I did not discipline her well that the ignorant junior sneaked away. We have already returned the betrothal gifts double the amount that the Black Dragon race gave." Ao Feng looked at him coldly and said, "Do you think that returning the betrothal gifts double the amount can redeem the Black Dragon race's lost face? I have brought the betrothal gifts for you this time. Which dragon girl of the right age in your race do you have? We want to take them away." "There are no dragon girls of the right age in our race." The Azure Dragon King looked worried. He finally gritted his teeth and said, "Man Xen, come out." Behind him, a dragon girl's face was pale. She shook her head and said, "Father, I don't want to marry them." The Azure Dragon King's expression was solemn. He said, "This is a debt that our Azure Dragon race owes. You are my daughter. You must know how to sacrifice for the race." Ao Feng looked at the Azure Dragon King's daughter. A few black lines appeared on his forehead. This girl's appearance was average. She was tall and muscular, powerful and domineering. If the Black Dragon race gave a dragon girl like Li Mu, they probably would not have the chance to extend their lifespan by another 60 years. Ao Feng waved his hand and said, "Don't. Leave your daughter to your Azure Dragon race. We want the one from last time. You better find her within half a month. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Chapter 634. The Azure Dragon race originally had the opportunity to form a marriage alliance with the Black Dragon race, but a few months before the wedding, the Dragon Lady of the Azure Dragon race suddenly ran away and disappeared. Not only did the marriage alliance come to an end, but it also completely angered the Black Dragon race. Now that the Black Dragon race's elders and Dragon King came to question them, the Azure Dragon race had to give them a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, the Southern Sea would never have peace again. The Azure Dragon King looked at one of his race and said coldly, "Ao Chin, look at how much trouble your daughter has brought to the Southern Sea." The middle-aged dragon lowered his head and said apologetically, It's all my fault for not teaching her well. Please punish me, Dragon King." The Azure Dragon King waved his hand and said, "Punish? What's the use of punishing? If I punish you, will the Black Dragon race let us go? The most important thing now is to get your daughter back and solve the problem the Azure Dragon race is facing." Ao Qin looked troubled and said, "I also don't know where she is." The Azure Dragon King glanced at him and said indifferently, "Don't think I don't know. You are still in contact with her. In the past, the Black Dragon race didn't force you, so I could turn a blind eye. Now that we are facing a strong enemy, I can't ruin the entire Azure Dragon race because of her." Ao Qin lowered his head and was silent for a long time. Finally, he sighed and said with difficulty, "Okay, I will call her back." Li Mu brought in Xian and Ting Xian to play for a few days, and then returned to the divine capital. Ting Xian and the Empress hadn't seen each other for a long time and went to the Imperial Garden to catch up. Ling Long helped her look through the memorials in the Changle Palace. Li Mu looked around and found that something seemed to be missing in the hall. He thought for a while and asked, "Where's Chung Xian?" In the past, when he came to the Changle Palace, Chung Xian would always be leaning on a pillar in the corner, gnawing on chicken wings, duck neck, or the pork shoulder made by the imperial chef. Today he didn't see her. There was no aura of her in the entire palace. Ling Long raised her head and said, "Something seemed to have happened at home." She went back to the Southern Sea. Southern Sea? Li Mu was surprised. She was forced to escape from the marriage. How could she run back? He continued to ask, "What happened at home?" Ling Long shook her head and said, "She didn't say anything, but she left in a hurry. There must be something urgent. For her to return to the South Sea, the matter must be very important." Li Mu took out the sound transmission Dharma artifact that Mo Li had specially made for him and activated it with his mana. After a long while, a voice came from the other side. "Lord Li." Chung Xian's voice was somewhat downcast. Li Mu asked, "I heard from Ling Long that you returned to the South Sea. What happened?" Chung Xian was silent for a while before she said, "It's because I've been away from home for too long. Mother misses me, so I came back to see her." She had indeed left home for a long time, so it was normal for her family to miss her. After confirming that she was fine, Li Mu didn't ask any more questions and said, "Then you should accompany your parents?" At that moment, in the South Sea Dragon Palace, Chung Xian put away his voice transmission Dharma artifact and lowered his head. The disappointment on his face deepened. Beside her, a man sighed. "Father and mother have let you down." Chung Xian shook her head and said, "It's not father and mother's fault. I was too stubborn. I should have prioritized the South Sea." After her parents left, Chung Xian sat by the bed alone. She curled up her legs and buried her head between her knees. Images flashed through her mind. Sister Empress, Sister Mei, Sister Ali, the duck neck and chicken wings from the imperial kitchen, and the braised pork shoulder. The time she left the South Sea was the happiest time of her life. At first, when she was captured by Lord Li and became his mount, she was unwilling. Later on, she realized that there was nothing wrong with being a mount. She had food, drinks, and fun to play with. Even her cultivation had reached Realm 6 in advance, surpassing her parents. She originally thought that her beautiful life could go on like this. It wasn't until her father sent her a message that her mother was sick that she hurriedly rushed back to the South Sea from the Immortals' capital. However, when she found that her mother was safe and sound, and that the Black Dragon tribe was already waiting here, she realized what had happened. It turned out that she couldn't escape in the end. The Black Dragon tribe was the most powerful tribe in the Four Seas. If she continued to resist, it would bring a huge disaster to the South Sea and even implicate her parents. She would make her parents sinners of the Green Dragon tribe. Therefore, she chose to obey. Marrying a dragon that she didn't like and had never even met was the fate of every dragon girl. Her fate had changed before, but it returned to the beginning. Chung Xian lowered her head and clenched the sound transmission ritual implement in her hand. This item carried the most beautiful memory of her dragon life. It was a person that she feared, admired, and secretly admired. However, all of this would become a dusty past, sealed in her memory forever. In the Changle Palace, Li Mu didn't know what happened in the South Sea. He put away the sound transmission ritual implement and asked Exquisite, "During this time, did anything major happen in the Great Zhou?" During the time that Li Mu wasn't here, Exquisite had been helping the Empress deal with these matters. Exquisite shook her head and said, "Nothing. During this time, the people of the Great Zhou lived and worked in peace and contentment. The people's faith steadily increased. The existence of the Department of Consecration and the Department of Demons ensured that the security of the 36 counties was stable. The various decrees of the imperial court were aimed at continuously raising the living standards of the people. Today, the Great Zhou's internal troubles had disappeared and its external troubles had been quelled. It had entered a long-term period of stable development. Compared to the Great Zhou, the situation of some countries was completely different. The surrounding countries in the south were also stable. Only the Shin nation encountered some trouble. The Shin nation was located in the southwest of the Zhou continent. Its north was bordered by the Great Zhou, and its southwest was bordered by Yanzhou. Yanzhou was also a continent with a large population. Unlike the small countries in the Zhou continent that relied on the central dynasty, Yanzhou had dozens of countries. There were endless conflicts between countries. During this time, some of the countries bordering Yanzhou and the Shin nation spread the flames of war to the Shin nation. The Great Zhou court also received some news. After all, the officials of the imperial court were very aware of the danger in times of peace. The Great Zhou and the Shin nation had finally settled down with great difficulty. If the Shin nation was destroyed by Yanzhou, the southern border of the Great Zhou would be threatened again. Fortunately, the Shin nation couldn't withstand a single blow from the Great Zhou. However, in the eyes of the Shin nation, the countries of Yanzhou were all its younger brothers. The moment their borders were invaded, the Shin nation gave them a head-on blow. A large country in Yanzhou suffered tens of thousands of casualties and immediately retreated from the Shin nation's borders. This matter didn't affect the Great Zhou, so Li Mu didn't take it to heart. After discussing political matters with Exquisite for a while, the sound transmission magical artifact suddenly vibrated. It was actually AO Run calling. In order to facilitate communication, Li Mu also gave one of this magical artifacts to the Black Dragon clan. Li Mu picked up the sound transmission magical artifact. After a while, he asked doubtfully, "Your Black Dragon clan wants to give me a surprise. What surprise?" Chapter 635. Ever since he knew that Li Mu could set up the sky-stealing formation and extend people's lifespan by 60 years, Ao Feng became more attentive to Li Mu in all aspects. In the past, even when he was by Li Mu's side, he was reluctant and did not smile. Later on, he was always at Li Mu's beck and call, serving him tea and flattering him to the best of his ability. Now, he said that he wanted to give Li Mu a surprise. He must be trying to curry favor with Li Mu again, hoping that Li Mu could extend their lifespan by 60 years. Of course, Li Mu would not extend their lifespan now. However, Li Mu planned to accept the surprise of the Black Dragon race. The dragon race was the richest race in the world. It would be a waste not to take advantage of it. Li Mu asked, "Where is the surprise?" Ao Feng said, "Where are you now? I will send it to you." Li Mu was in Shindu now. However, he planned to return to Mount Baiyun to send back the spiritual jades that he had obtained from the East Sea and North Sea. Thus he said, "Send it to Mount Baiyun first. I will be there soon." Not long after he put away the sound-transmitting instrument, the Empress walked in from outside. She looked at Exquisite and said, "Exquisite, you go out first." Exquisite looked up at her and then at Li Mu. Then, she put down the booklet in her hand and ran out quickly. Zoe crossed her arms and looked at Li Mu. She asked, "Don't you have anything to tell me?" Li Mu raised his hands and said, "I will tell you. That day in the East Sea, Inxin and Tingxin expressed their feelings to me. However, I did not do anything. Instead, I returned to Shendu to ask for your Majesty's instructions." Zoe glared at him and asked, "Ask for my instructions? Ask for my instructions? If I did not agree, would you send them back to the East Sea?" Li Mu looked at Zoe and said, "Your Majesty, you said last time that as long as it was written on that paper, you would not care." Zhou Yi's chest heaved. She suddenly regretted letting Li Mu write these names on that piece of paper. This had become his golden ticket to avoid death. The only thing that made her feel a little gratified was that this time, he did not act first and report later. He knew to come back and ask for her permission first. However, what made Zhou Yi angry was that Li Mu didn't act first and report later. If he really did that, Zhou Yi would have an excuse to make trouble for him. Now, she could only suppress her anger in her heart. After all, she was the one who said that she would not care about his past. A monarch's words were not a joke. As the empress, how could she go back on her words? Zhou Yi could only comfort herself with the fact that the Tingxin sisters were also on her side. If it weren't for Tingxin, she didn't know how long it would take for her to face her own heart and confide her feelings to Li Mu. How could she burn the bridge after crossing it? She began to recall the names on the paper. Tingxin, Yinxin, Qingxin, Hulu, and Ali. Now only Qingxin, Hulu, and Ali were left. Ali would not like Li Mu. Hulu was far away in the Yao kingdom, so she didn't care much. As for Qingxin, she had already returned to the South Sea. Even if she came back, she would be by her side and wouldn't give him a chance to take advantage of her. Zhou Yi was relieved. She glanced at Li Mu and said, "Of course I remember what I said. I also like Tingxin very much. In the future, let her accompany me in the palace." Li Mu shrugged and said, "As long as she is willing." After getting past the empress, Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had the foresight. If he hadn't written Tingxin and Yinxin's names, he wouldn't have been able to get past the empress so easily this time. After leaving the palace, Li Mu planned to return to Mount Baiyun to hand over the spiritual jades to the sect and see what the surprise Aofeng mentioned was. Could it be 1,000,000 high-grade spiritual jades? Or did they find a huge spiritual jade mine at the bottom of the sea? Li Mu felt that Aofeng had been by his side for a long time. He should know what he liked. Nothing could surprise him more than 1,000,000 spiritual jades or an entire spiritual jade mine. After all, the cultivation of the sect disciples required spiritual jades. The activation of the teleportation array required spiritual jades. The great sky-stealing array required spiritual jades. Writing talismans, refining pills, refining weapons, and setting up arrays all required spiritual jades. In the cultivation world, spiritual jades were both resources and currency. They were the foundation of a sect's rise. People of the devil path could take people's souls and essence blood without any scruples. However, cultivators of the righteous path could only use spiritual jades. Not long after, in the largest Tao palace on the main peak of Mount Baiyun, when Li Mu took out 6 small mountains of high-grade spiritual jades from the flask space, Xian Jizi and the others were only shocked for a moment before their expressions returned to normal. After all, it was not the first time they had seen such a scene. Fu Daozi looked away from the spiritual jades and said to Li Mu, "Disciple, come with me." He brought Li Mu to a palace and said, "Although you have been my disciple for some time, I have not taught you anything. Today I will teach you the Void Talisman Condensation Technique." Void Talisman Condensation Technique was a mystical ability of ancient cultivators when the spirit chi of heaven and earth was still very rich. At that time, Fulu could be directly condensed with the spirit chi of heaven and earth. Now that the spirit chi was thin, they could only use spiritual liquid to write it in advance and use it in battle. Fu Daozi was the only exception. He had been in seclusion for several years. When he broke through to the next realm, he also comprehended the Tao of Void Talisman Condensation Technique. Moreover, he could use it in a space where the spirit chi was thin. This made his strength comparable to the experienced 7th realm like Aofeng, even though he had just broken through. However, Li Mu tried to condense a talisman in the void according to the method taught by Fu Daozi, but he did not succeed. He tried several times in a row, but it was still the same. Fu Daozi was puzzled and muttered, "That's impossible. I'm not surprised that Xian Jizi and the others can't learn it. You are so smart, why can't you condense a Fulu?" Li Mu tried a few more times and shook his head. "Perhaps I haven't fully comprehended the Fulu Tao. In terms of knowledge, no one in the cultivation world could compare to Li Mu. He knew how to write talismans, refine pills, refine weapons, array formations, cultivate the body, the demon Tao, the ghost Tao, the demon Tao, the Tao of dual cultivation. He could be said to be a walking encyclopedia in the cultivation world. However, except for the Tao of dual cultivation, he could not be said to be proficient in other aspects. He knew much more about the Fulu Tao than Fu Daozi, but Fu Daozi had been immersed in the Fulu Tao for 100 years in his life. He had his own understanding of the Fulu Tao, which was something that Li Mu could not obtain no matter how many heavenly books he read. Just like how Xiao Yu was the only one who could use the ability to curse the heavens, Li Mu, who had established his heart for the heavens and the earth, could directly control the power of the heavens and the earth. Similarly, the ability to condense talismans out of thin air was a unique ability of Talisman Daozi. From a certain point of view, this was a reward after being recognized by the heavens and the earth. Even though Li Mu had more than 10 heavenly books, he did not fully understand the operation of the heavens and the earth. For example, this kind of tailor-made magic power, the principle of the sky-stealing array, the refining method of the sun-shooting bow, and the door of the heavenly book were all mysteries to him. Since he could not learn it, Li Mu did not force it. Taking advantage of the fact that Ao Feng had not returned, he preached to the disciples of White Cloud Peak. Halfway through Li Mu's speech, 5 black dragons flew over from the distant sky. The disciples of White Cloud Mountain were already used to this. They all knew that the Black Dragon clan lived in White Cloud Mountain and seemed to have been subdued by the elders. During this period of time, they got along well with the disciples of White Cloud Mountain and had never had any conflicts. Remembering Ao Feng's surprise, Li Mu ended his preaching and went to a mountain at the back of the mountain. This was the place that Shen Jizi had set aside for the Black Dragon clan. Ao Feng and a few other dragons stood in front of a hall. Li Mu walked over and asked, "What's the surprise you were talking about?" Ao Feng pointed at a hall in front of him and gave Li Mu an extremely mysterious smile, saying, "You will know when you go in." He actually made it so mysterious. This greatly piqued Li Mu's curiosity. He impatiently released his divine sense to scan the area, but it was blocked outside the hall. Clearly, this hall was sealed by Ao Feng with a formation. This made the surprise they wanted to give Li Mu even more mysterious. Li Mu did not say much. He walked to the front of the hall and pushed the door open. He was thinking about a pile of dazzling spiritual jades, but he only saw one person in the hall. No, it was a dragon. Li Mu looked at Chang Exen and said in surprise, "Chang Exen, what are you doing here?" When she was taken away by the Black Dragon clan's great elder and released from his cave, she was already in this hall. Chang Exen did not know where she was and what she would face next. She was worried and scared, and her mood was extremely low. Hearing this familiar voice, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Li Mu. After being stunned for a moment, she immediately said in surprise, "Lord Li, you came to save me." Li Mu was even more stunned. "What save you? What happened to you?" Chang Exen looked at Li Mu, and the endless grievances in her heart these past few days welled up. She flew into Li Mu's arms and cried, "Woo woo! They said they were going to give me to a human. I thought I would never see you again." Li Mu looked at Chang Exen in a daze. In the next moment, he understood what the surprise Ao Feng was talking about was. Li Mu's face darkened. He said in a low voice, "Ao Feng, come in." There was no movement outside. His voice was blocked inside the hall. Ao Feng was actually considerate enough to soundproof this place. Li Mu slapped out a palm and the array shattered. He said, "Ao Feng, come in." As his voice rang out, Ao Feng immediately walked in. He smiled and asked, "Lord Li, how is it? Are you satisfied with this gift? This is the most beautiful dragon girl in the South Sea." Although Chang Exen was beautiful, Li Mu wanted spiritual jades, not dragon girls. Li Mu glared at Ao Feng and asked, "Who do you think I am? A lecher?" This was not something obvious, but Ao Feng naturally did not dare to say so. He looked at Li Mu nervously and asked, "Is Lord Li not satisfied? Do you want me to get another one from the South Sea?" Chapter 636. Ao Feng couldn't figure out why Li Mu wasn't satisfied with the number 1 beauty of the Southern Sea Dragon race. She had the looks and the figure. If not, the Black Dragon race wouldn't have chosen her back then. Could it be that Li Mu liked someone with a big waist like Ao Manue? Judging from the women around him, his taste should be the same as that of the dragon race. However, Ao Feng soon noticed that something was amiss. The Southern Sea Dragoness was clinging to Li Mu's body, crying her eyes out. It didn't seem like they didn't know each other. Ao Feng was stunned and asked, You know each other? Li Mu looked at him coldly and asked, What do you think? Ao Feng's face turned pale. This was truly a case of a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. How could they have known that Li Mu actually knew the Dragon Lady of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace? Moreover, their relationship seemed to be quite deep. After coming back to his senses, Ao Feng quickly said, I'm sorry. I didn't know you knew each other? Li Mu glared at him and said, Go out first. I'll deal with you later. Ao Feng sighed in his heart and walked out of the hall. He wanted to give him a dragon lady to curry favor with him, but he didn't expect to make such a mistake. He was afraid that after this, his lifespan of 60 years would be further and further away from him. Chang Xian was still crying on Li Mu's chest. Li Mu asked helplessly, Why didn't you tell me that you were threatened by the Black Dragon race? Chang Xian felt wronged and said, I didn't know that they listened to you, and I didn't know that person was you. Li Mu patted her back and comforted her. It's okay. I'll help you vent your anger when we get out. He reached out and wiped away Chang Xian's tears. Her face was delicate and supple. She looked at Li Mu with a pitiful gaze. And when he looked at Chang Xian at a certain moment, Li Mu sensed that there was an aura in his body that was starting to become restless. At the same time, Chang Xian's body was also a little strange. Her breathing was a little chaotic, and her face started to turn slightly red. The two of them felt as if they were hugging each other tightly and even fusing into each other's bodies. Li Mu knew that this was the doing of the dragon marrow in their bodies. He and Chang Xian had both received Ao Qing's inheritance. As long as they were close to each other, the dragon marrow in their bodies would attract each other and produce this feeling. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became awkward and ambiguous. Li Mu already felt his mouth dry up. He let go of Chang Xian and took her outside. He asked, How do you want to deal with them? The strength of the Black Dragon clan had been deeply imprinted in her mind since she was very young. Although she had Li Mu's support, she still shook her head and whispered, Forget it. Li Mu looked at her and said, I'm here. Don't be afraid. At this moment, Ao Feng immediately said, No matter what, it's our fault. Why don't the Black Dragon clan compensate her with 100,000 spiritual jades, and the Southern Sea Azure Dragon clan compensate her with another 100,000 spiritual jades? Chang Xian looked at Li Mu and nodded slightly. She said, Okay. Li Mu didn't hold on to the Black Dragon clan. After all, Ao Feng did this to curry favor with him. Although the method was a bit clumsy, if he didn't let this matter go, it would be difficult for the Black Dragon clan to do anything for him in the future. Li Mu's face darkened. He said, Don't act on your own in the future. If there's a next time, don't expect me to help you extend your lifespan. Li Mu's words meant that there was still hope. Ao Feng was overjoyed. He quickly said, No, if you like someone in the future, just tell us directly. This way, there won't be any mistakes. Ao Feng and the others might have misunderstood him. Li Mu explained, I won't let you rob anyone. Just don't act on your own in the future. Ao Feng nodded. He looked at Chang Xian and asked Li Mu, Then, should we send her back to the Southern Sea? Li Mu waved his hand and said, No need. I'll bring her back to the divine capital later. Ao Feng left gloomily. He was happy to join Li Mu, but he didn't expect to lose 100,000 spiritual jades in the end. Who would have thought that other than the Empress of the Great Show, the Queen of Demons, and the Master of the Ghost Region, he also had an ambiguous relationship with the Dragon Lady from the Southern Sea. Ao Feng even suspected that he was the reincarnation of the Black Dragon clan. No, even the Dragon King Ao Qing from 8,000 years ago was inferior to him. Li Mu flew out of the Black Dragon clan's mountain. Chang Xian followed Li Mu and asked, What should I do now? Li Mu said, You can return to the divine capital like before and continue to follow the Empress. If you want to go back to the Southern Sea, you can also go back. Although the time limit was not up yet, after being together for so long, no one used her as a mount anymore. Chang Exun shook her head decisively and said, "I'm not going back." Li Mu said, "Then you can come back to the divine capital with me." He thought that the surprise Aofeng gave him was an endless supply of spiritual jades. He didn't expect that he would give Chang Exun as a gift. Li Mu came here for nothing, so he could only take her back. In the palace, Zhou Yi saw Chang Exun and Li Mu appear together. She was stunned for a moment and asked suspiciously, "Why did you come back together?" Li Mu saw her expression and knew what she was thinking. He immediately explained, "Your Majesty, don't misunderstand. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you slowly." Li Mu first met Chang Exun in the Shen Kingdom because she didn't want to marry the Black Dragon clan. She secretly escaped from the Southern Sea, but unexpectedly fell into the hands of the Shen Kingdom people. In the end, she met Li Mu. This time, in order to please Li Mu, Aofeng and the others forced the Southern Sea Dragon clan to hand Chang Exun over. The Southern Sea Dragon clan used her mother's illness as an excuse to trick her back to the Southern Sea and handed her over to Aofeng and the others. Then, Aofeng brought her back to the White Cloud Mountain and prepared to give her to Li Mu as a gift. After going around in circles, she returned to the divine capital. Li Mu sipped his tea and said, "That's what happened. I thought they would give me hundreds of thousands of spiritual jades. Who knew it was Chang Exun?" Zhou Yi glanced at him and said, "This shows that your image in the Black Dragon clan is like this. You should reflect on yourself. Why did they give you Chang Exun and not something else?" How could Li Mu know the Dragon clan's way of thinking? Aofeng's mistake was ultimately his fault. Unfortunately, Li Mu couldn't reason with the Empress. After sending Chang Exun to the Imperial Palace, he returned home. Ting Exun was temporarily living in the Imperial Palace, while Inxin was living in the Li Mansion. When Li Mu returned home, she was playing shuttlecock with Wan Wan and Xiao Bai. Although the three of them were young, their cultivation was in the 5th realm. If they wanted to, they could make the shuttlecock never fall to the ground. Li Mu didn't know why they could play so happily. However, watching their graceful bodies flying up and down was also a kind of enjoyment. Li Mu looked at them for a while. Among the three women, Inxin was the strongest, followed by Wan Wan. Xiao Bai, who had stepped into the door of cultivation earlier than Wan Wan, had the lowest cultivation. This was not because Wan Wan was more talented than her, but because Xiao Bai, as a member of the Heavenly Fox clan, had not resolved the knot in her heart and had not settled the karma. Even if she used elixirs, she could not step into the next realm. Li Mu looked at Xiao Bai with a tender expression on his face. She was the most sensible and obedient. She never caused trouble for Li Mu. She had always suppressed the hatred for her grandmother and her clan deep in her heart and never revealed it easily. She was always thinking about the hatred of her clan's extermination, but she always showed a smile in front of everyone. In the past, Xuanzong was a giant in the eyes of Li Mu and her, but not anymore. He could mobilize the experts of the Great Zhou, the Yao Kingdom, the Ghost Realm, the Yong Kingdom, the 5 Taoist sects, the 4 Buddhist sects, and the Black Dragon clan. Even if Xuanzong had an expert of the 8th realm, he could not protect Xuanzong's disciple. Fu Daozi once wanted to fight Xuanzong, but Li Mu refused. He wanted to wait until he had the strength to fight against an 8th realm expert. Then he would fight Xuanzong on behalf of the Fulu school. But when Li Mu saw Xiao Bai smiling like a flower, he changed his mind at this moment. He did not want to wait any longer. Li Mu smiled and waved to Xiao Bai, saying, "Xiao Bai, come here." Xiao Bai threw down the shuttlecock and quickly ran to his side. She asked with a smile, "Benefactor, what's the matter?" Li Mu patted her head and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to revenge." Chapter 637. Although Xuanzong only had 5 7th realms, Li Mu had to be fully prepared because of Tianjizi's existence. He didn't go there to start a war with Xuanzong, but to force them to hand over Qing Chengzi so that Xiao Bai could take revenge. In the past, Li Mu didn't have the strength to make Xuanzong give in. Now, Xuanzong didn't have the power to make Xuanzong give in. Other than Xiao Bai, he was the first to tell the Empress about this. Zhou Yi didn't think too much and said, "I'll go with you." Li Mu shook his head and said, "With your Majesty's identity, it's not appropriate for you to show yourself in public. I can handle this matter." In the entire Zhu continent, or even the 10 continents, she was the most distinguished person. How could the monarch of a country leave the capital to fight? Zhou Yi frowned. After a while, she said, "Then I'll let the 4 principals go with you." Li Mu continued to shake his head and said, "The 4 principals represent the Great Zhou. This is a personal matter between Xuanzong and me. The imperial court shouldn't interfere. Moreover, they have the responsibility of guarding Shendu and can't leave." Zhou Yi thought for a while and said unhappily, "You don't want me to help you? Are you going to find that fox and your ghost sister?" Li Mu didn't comment. The Great Zhou was a human country, and the central imperial court of the Zhu continent was orthodox. Everything the imperial court did had to follow etiquette. However, the Yao country and the Ghost realm were different. They had always been barbaric and violent. Naturally, they didn't have so many concerns. Looking at the Empress, who was obviously jealous, Li Mu held her hand and comforted her. "This time we're condemning Xuanzong. It's improper for the Empress of a country to follow. Next time, if there's a chance like this, I'll definitely bring you." The Empress had a childish temper. She was only dissatisfied that Li Mu had asked for help from Phantom Princess and Su He, leaving her behind. Li Mu comforted her for a while, and she felt better. After settling the matter with the Empress, Li Mu looked at Linglong, who was busying herself at the table, and said, "Linglong, you haven't returned home in a long time. You can accompany me to the state of Yong." Princess Linglong had learned many ways to govern a country from the heavenly tomes. As the Yong kingdom was too small, it did not give her too much space to display her skills. It was only during this period of time in the Great Zhou that she was able to display all her skills, even forgetting the time. Only after Li Mu reminded her did she realize that she had not returned for a long time. For a moment, her heart was filled with thoughts of her hometown and family. She immediately stood up and said, "Okay, okay." Li Mu did not delay. After leaving the palace, he brought Linglong and Xiao Bai to the state of Yong. In the Yong imperial palace, he and the Yong emperor had a private discussion. Not long after, the Yong emperor personally escorted him and Xiao Bai out of the imperial palace, saying, "Rest assured, Lord Li, I will definitely be there when the time comes." Li Mu cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks, Your Imperial Majesty." The Yong emperor smiled and returned the greeting, saying, "What are you saying, Lord Li? You have done a great favor for the state of Yong. This is also an opportunity for us to repay your kindness." After leaving the state of Yong, Li Mu went to the state of Liang, the state of Yu, the state of Jiang, and the state of Jing, respectively, visiting the Danding sect, the Ling formation sect, the southern sect, and the northern sect. When he left the northern sect master and the 2 grand elders looked at each other and sighed. If Xuanzong had known this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? Only one of the grand elders was puzzled, muttering, "Martial Uncle Tian Jizi's divination skills are unparalleled in the world. He can even predict the future for a short period of time. Could it be that he didn't predict that Xuanzong would have this day?" The other grand elder shook his head and said, "The mysteries of heaven are hard to predict. Who can completely predict them? Those who scheme against the mysteries of heaven will eventually be schemed against by the mysteries of heaven. I don't know if Xuanzong will regret his original decision when the time comes." After leaving the northern sect, Li Mu took Xiao Bai to the Buddhist sect's heart sect. He reminisced with Xuandu for 2 hours, then had a secret discussion with the venerable of the heart sect for 15 minutes before leaving the heart sect. Over the years, he had made use of the heavenly tomes to form many relationships. It was now time to use them. He didn't plan on fighting with Xuanzong. He wanted to avoid internal strife among the righteous path before officially clashing with the demonic path. He could only use strength to crush Xuanzong and force him to submit without expending a single soldier. After contacting the Taoist sects, only the 3 Buddhist sects of the Shin kingdom remained. When Li Mu and Xiao Bai passed by the Shin kingdom, they could clearly feel that this kingdom was very different from the last time they visited. The Shin kingdom had a new ruler. Under Zhou Zhong's promotion, reforms were carried out from the bottom up. The legal system established was on the verge of perfection. If the Yong and Great Zhou were a combination of the rule of law and the rule of man, then the Shin kingdom was a pure rule of law. There was no distinction between close and distant, no distinction between high and low. Everything was decided by the law. In the Shin kingdom, Zhou Zhong pushed legalism's ideology to the extreme. In troubled times, severe punishments were used. When the heads of the Shin kingdom's criminals were piled up several zhang high outside the execution ground, the crime rate within the kingdom plummeted. In a very short period of time, everyone became fair and law-abiding citizens. Li Mu's destination was the Shin kingdom's new capital. On the Zhou continent, this kingdom's strength was once second only to the Great Zhou. Now, the one controlling it behind the scenes was actually a former minister of the Great Zhou. The Shin kingdom's court officials had also undergone a change of blood. They were led by Wei Peng and transferred over from the Great Zhou by Li Mu. The closer they got to the new capital, the more Li Mu could sense the changes in the Shin kingdom. Flying over the new capital, Li Mu's expression changed slightly. He could sense an abnormally powerful aura from below. This aura was so powerful that even he felt some fear. Obviously, there was a seventh realm expert in the Shin kingdom's new capital who was no weaker than him. Li Mu quickly locked onto this aura. Then he was pleasantly surprised. He held Xiao Bai's hand and landed in the Shin kingdom's palace. They walked straight into a palace. In the palace, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged. He opened his eyes and looked at Li Mu. He said, "Lord Li, long time no see." Li Mu smiled and said, "Long time no see. Congratulations on your advancement, Lord Zhou." Zhou Zhong smiled and said, "Congratulations to you too." There was more than one way to advance to the seventh realm. For example, Li Mu and the Empress advanced by refining the Emperor Qi. After advancing, their strength was stronger than those who advanced through the sex inheritance. However, people like Zhou Zhong and Fu Daozi did not accept the sex inheritance and did not refine the Emperor Qi. Only those who advanced through their own strength could be considered true seventh realm experts. Their strength was incomparable to others. The school of legalism blazed a new path and was actually very powerful. The current Zhou Zhong was probably even stronger than Fu Daozi. After a brief moment of catching up, Li Mu went straight to the point and said, "I plan to go to the Xian sect to seek justice for Little White. Originally, I was here to invite the venerables of the three sections. Since Lord Zhou has also advanced, why don't we go to the Xian sect together? The scenery in the East Sea is much better than here." Without a doubt, Zhou Zhong, who had just advanced to the seventh realm of legalism, was grabbed by Li Mu just like that. As for the three supremacies of the Shin kingdom's Buddhist sect, Nirvana sect, Ku sect, and Yen sect, their soul blood was still in Li Mu's hands. After receiving the message, they immediately came to the Shin kingdom's imperial palace and expressed their obedience to Li Mu's arrangements. The Yong kingdom, the other four Taoist sects, and the four Buddhist sects were Li Mu's allies. Li Mu was also the first to visit. The Ghost Realm and the Yao Kingdom were Li Mu's backyard. Gathering the experts of these two places was just a matter of a word from Li Mu. After leaving the Shin Kingdom, he and Xiao Bai first went to the Ghost Realm, which was the closest to them. Compared to last time, Fengdu City had undergone great changes. Su He was using the power of the ghosts to enter seclusion and break through to the next realm. Within Fengdu City, the ghosts were gathered in a huge plaza. A stone tablet stood in the center of the plaza. The telekinesis in their bodies was attracted by the stone tablet and sank into it. Compared to the Great Zhou and the Yao Kingdom, Su He, as the Ghost Lord, had the strongest control over her territory. With the heavenly tomes in hand, all the cultivators of the Ghost Realm had absolute submission to her. In this aspect, even the Empress and Phantom Princess couldn't compare to her. Su He and Su Miao were both in seclusion. During this period of time, she was at a critical juncture in breaking through to the seventh realm. Li Mu didn't disturb her and went straight to the Ghost Servant. The Ghost Realm's current strength was stronger than the Yao Kingdom's. The four Ghost Kings, the three elders of Yu and Ming, as well as the Ghost Servant who could directly contend with Shen Ming, were the peak experts on the surface. Even the great Zhou couldn't compare to them. Devil King and the others naturally obeyed Li Mu's orders. The three elders of Yu and Ming also had no other choice. After discussing the time with the ghost servant, Li Mu didn't delay and went to the Yao Kingdom without stopping. In Fengdu City, the three elders of Yu and Ming had strange expressions. By her side with emotion, "I didn't expect that one day we would actually be able to fight Xuanzong. It's like a dream." For more than 1,000 years, Xuanzong of the Dao sect had always been the demon sect's #1 enemy. If it weren't for Xuanzong, they probably would have destroyed the 6 Dao sects long ago and seized the heavenly tomes of the 6 sects. When the three of them were still working for the demon sect, one of their ultimate goals was to fight Xuanzong. They didn't expect that they would be able to do what they couldn't do in the demon sect here. It had to be said that fate made fools of them. Those people in Xuanzong probably didn't expect that the first to attack their sect wasn't from the demon sect. Not long after, in the Thousand Fox Nation, Li Mu and Xiao Bai had just landed in the square in front of the palace when Xiao Bai ran toward the two figures in front of her. She happily said, "Sister Huan Ji, Sister Hu Lu." Ever since coming to the Thousand Fox Nation, Xiao Bai's mood had obviously improved a lot. The entire city was filled with the aura of her race. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was her heaven. Huan Ji and Hu Lu also doted on her very much. After hearing Li Mu's intentions, Huan Ji held Xiao Bai's hand and said, "Damn that Xuanzong, bullying our family's Xiao Bai like this. Sister will take you to take revenge." Li Mu asked, "Are you going too?" Huan Ji rolled her eyes and said, "Of course, this is our fox race's matter. How can I not go?" Li Mu didn't dissuade her like he dissuaded the Empress. After all, she was from the monster race and didn't have as many rules as the human race. After Huan Ji finished speaking, she thought of something and asked Li Mu, "Is Zhou going?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "Not going. Then I have to go even more." Huan Ji lightly snorted, then patted Xiao Bai's head and said, "Xiao Bai, now you should know who treats you better." Chapter 638. Phantom Princess was a big fox spirit, and Xiao Bai was a little fox spirit. They were both foxes and were naturally easy to get close to. For Xiao Bai, who had always been by Li Mu's side and had never met anyone of the same race after she grew up, the Thousand Fox Nation, which was full of fox spirits, was undoubtedly her paradise. After summoning the Blue Wolf King, 9 Heaven Snake King, and Tianshan Bear King, the 4 Demon Kings gathered and discussed the plan with them. Li Mu looked at Xiao Bai, who had never smiled like this before. He walked over and patted her head, saying, "Why don't you stay with Sister Phantom Princess first and meet us later?" Xiao Bai grabbed Li Mu's wrist tightly without thinking and said, "I'll stay with my savior." Seeing Li Mu and Xiao Bai disappear into the horizon, Hu Jiu retracted the reluctance in her eyes. Then she realized something and asked Hu Lu in a low voice, "What do you think is so special about him that we like him so much?" Hu Lu looked at her and shook her head, saying, "Unfortunately, he only likes 2 foxes. Sigh. Sigh." After sighing, Hu Lu looked at Hu Jiu and asked, "What are you sighing about?" Hu Jiu looked at her and asked, "What are you sighing about?" After leaving the Yao Nation, Li Mu returned to White Cloud Mountain. He had informed Xian Jizi earlier. At this moment, all the 7th realm cultivators of the Talisman Puppet sect had already gathered at the sect. Ao Feng had also received the news long ago. He rubbed his palms together in front of Li Mu and asked, "Do you want me to call the dragons of the other 3 seas over as well?" Li Mu glanced at him and asked, "Will they listen to you?" Ao Feng puffed out his chest and said, "As long as I say the word, they will definitely come." To be honest, the Black Dragon clan didn't have the authority to do so. Although the Silver Dragon, White Dragon, and Azure Dragon clan weren't as strong as them, they wouldn't listen to their orders. However, even if they didn't give them face, they had to give face to Shou Yuan. He had already made a blunder once. Of course, he had to do everything he could to make up for it and change Li Mu's impression of them. Although the other 3 dragons had some conflicts with Li Mu and had lost a lot of spiritual jades to him, who would go against their lifespan? Ao Feng immediately ordered the other 3 elders to immediately head to the South Sea, North Sea, and East Sea to gather the dragon tribes of the four seas in response to Li Mu's plan. After arranging everything, Li Mu stood at the highest peak of Mount Baiyun and gazed towards the east. The mountain breeze caused his clothes to flutter. Xiao Bai was nestled beside him. The setting sun gilded their silhouettes, forming a beautiful picture. At the same time, far away on the shore of the East Sea, Tianjizi, who was sitting cross-legged in a deathly silent space, slowly opened his eyes. The expression on his face was as calm as ever as he softly said, "They're finally here. East Sea. Penglai Archipelago." It was said that there were 10 continents and 3 islands in the world. Everyone in the 10 continents knew that the 3 islands were illusory. One was called Fangzhong, one was called Kunlun, and one was called Penglai. They were all legendary immortal mountains. It was said that if one could find these 3 immortal islands, one would be able to peek into the secrets of longevity. The Penglai Archipelago wasn't the legendary immortal island. It was just that Xuanzong had named their sect with the same name. However, due to Xuanzong's reputation as the #1 sect of Taoism, the Penglai Archipelago had also been the holy land of cultivation in the hearts of the cultivators of the Zhu continent for the past 1,000 years. However, that was in the past. In the past year, Xuanzong's status and influence had taken a turn for the worse. The Great Zhou didn't allow them to establish their Dao arenas. The Demon Country and the Ghost Domain didn't allow Xuanzong's disciples to enter. The other 5 sects of the Orthodox Taoism no longer had any dealings with Xuanzong. In the past half a year, almost no news about Xuanzong had appeared in the cultivation world. Due to the difficulty of moving around outside, Xuanzong's disciples didn't go out anymore. Instead, most of them cultivated in seclusion within the sect. They would often think of the scene during the Taoism exchange meet. That was also the turning point of Xuanzong's fortune. If the sect had acted impartially back then, they definitely wouldn't have fallen to such a state today. This time, Xuanzong's disciples were still cultivating in the sect as usual. In the Dao Palace on the upside-down mountain peak at the highest level, Dao Chengzi, who had half white hair and half black hair, was sitting on a huge spiritual jade chair as he listened to the elders' reports. Because the Great Zhou didn't allow us to establish our Dao arenas, nor did they allow us to recruit disciples. Last month, there were less than 5 new disciples. The Ghost Domain didn't allow us to enter, and the Demon Country didn't do business with Xuanzong. In the past 3 months, our disciples didn't have any soul power to cultivate, and the spiritual herbs were almost used up. We can't continue like this. Without new disciples and without cultivation resources, Xuanzong will definitely fall in a few years. Dao Chengzi's face darkened as he listened to the elders' reports. Coupled with his half-black and half-white hair, he looked very strange. In the past, Xuanzong never had to worry about talented disciples. Xuanzong's Dao arenas were all over the Zhu continent. Regardless of whether they were disciples of cultivation families or itinerant cultivators, they all fought tooth and nail to become Xuanzong's disciples. Every month, Xuanzong rejected at least 800 people, if not 1,000. Now, they couldn't even recruit disciples. Xuanzong was located on the shore of the East Sea. They needed to recruit disciples from the Great Zhou and obtain resources from the Ghost Domain and the Demon Country. Because of Li Mu, these 3 sects had directly cut off all ties with Xuanzong, making them a completely isolated sect. If this continued, Xuanzong would definitely fall at an extremely fast speed. Just as Xuanzong's elders were frowning and finding it difficult to speak, the gloomy Dao Chengzi suddenly raised his head. With a shocked expression, he flew out of the Dao Palace. A moment later, the other 3 7th Realm cultivators seemed to have sensed something and flew out with Dao Chengzi. Far away in the sky, streaks of rainbows were shooting towards the direction of the Shen sect. Each streak of light exuded an extremely powerful aura. Seeing this, a chief's expression changed drastically. He said in fear, "Oh no, the demon sect is attacking." Dao Chengzi's pupils constricted. He said in a low voice, "No, it's not the demon sect." As the streaks of light got closer, someone finally saw what was happening inside the streaks of light. The fear on their faces gradually turned into shock and confusion. In the lead were more than 10 figures in Taoist robes. Apart from Xuanzong, they were the sect masters, grand elders, and seventh realm cultivators of the 5 sections. Behind the 5 sects cultivators were 4 old monks standing on lotus platforms. Their bodies glowed faintly with golden light, and they also exuded 7th realm auras. Beside the 4 monks were 3 figures in imperial robes. They were also 7th realm cultivators. On the other side, 5 powerful demonic auras shot into the sky. Then, 7 figures appeared in a cloud of ghostly fog. However, this was not the most shocking thing. More than 10 black, green, silver, and white dragons circled above the crowd. The aura of each dragon gave Xuanzong's cultivators an extreme sense of oppression. That was a 7th realm dragon. More than 10 7th realm cultivators descended on Xuanzong. At this moment, the seawater surged, and the sky changed color. A terrifying aura enveloped them. Even though Xuanzong's sect-protecting array was activated immediately, the Xuanzong cultivators in the array formation still felt a sense of suffocation. Especially when they saw the young man and woman at the front of the crowd. Their expressions changed. Dao Chengzi clenched his teeth and squeezed out 2 words. Li Mu. Li Mu's expression was calm. He said calmly, Dao Chengzi, we meet again. The simple "we meet again" sounded extremely complicated in the ears of the Xuanzong cultivators. The last time they met, he was just a mere 5th realm disciple of Fulu School. Although he had a high status, he was so insignificant in front of Xuanzong. Even if he bullied him wantonly, Fulu School could only swallow it. In just 2 years, Xuanzong's status plummeted. The next time they met, the 5th realm cultivator was already a 7th realm cultivator. He brought dozens of 7th realm cultivators from the 5 Taoist sects, the 4 Buddhist sects, the Demon Nation, the Ghost Realm, and the Dragon Race to Xuanzong with an indomitable attitude. The current Li Mu and Xuanzong were just like Xuanzong and Li Mu in the past. It was karma and retribution. The Xuanzong disciples had also walked out of their cave abodes. They looked at the figures in the sky with dazed expressions. What happened? Aren't those the seniors of the other 5 sects? What are they doing in Xuanzong? Oh my God! So many cultivators. They're Buddhists, demons, ghosts, and even the dragon race. What happened? Among the crowd, Qing Chengzi, who had already finished his confinement, looked up at Li Mu and the girl beside him. His face instantly turned pale. Even with his 5th realm cultivation, he couldn't support his body and fell to the ground powerlessly. Dao Chengzi's face was also pale. Although Li Mu only greeted him casually, how could he not know the purpose of his trip to Xuanzong? 2 years ago, Xuanzong used his power to bully others and covered for Qing Chengzi. After causing a ruckus at Fulu School, he left with his tail between his legs. 2 years later, the Xuanzong was also the one being bullied and humiliated. But now, the Xuanzong was the one being bullied. Among the dozens of cultivators, including Li Mu, there were several whose cultivation was unfathomable. Not to mention the dragon race, even if all the cultivators of Xuanzong worked together, it would still be like throwing eggs at a rock. A trace of regret finally appeared on the white-haired half of Dao Chengzi's face, but the black half of his face became even more ferocious. He said sternly, "Other than the demon sect, you're the first one to lead people to attack Xuanzong in the past 1,000 years. Elixir Cauldron sect, Spiritual Array sect, South sect, and North sect. Do you know what you're doing? Do you want to kill your fellow disciples?" Although his face was ferocious, anyone could see that Dao Chengzi was a bit cowardly at heart. After all, even if there were only half of the cultivators present today, they could still raze Xuanzong to the ground. Xuanzong's history of bullying others was gone forever. Li Mu looked at Dao Chengzi and said calmly, "Our sect has no intention of killing our fellow disciples. We're only here to seek justice. Are you going to hand over Qing Chengzi, or should I go and take him myself?" It was the same request as 2 years ago, but Xuanzong could no longer treat it the same way as 2 years ago. Beside Dao Chengzi, another Grand Elder and several first seats were silent for a moment before speaking one after another. "Senior brother, hand over Qing Chengzi." "That's right, Martial Uncle. This is our fault. Don't continue to make mistakes." "Martial Uncle, isn't it enough that the sect has become like this? Not only did the cultivators of Xuanzong try to persuade them, but the disciples of the sect also had the same idea. Xuanzong was in the wrong, and the powerful sect in the past had fallen to its current state. It was reaping what it had sown. Qing Chengzi stood in the crowd and looked at the disdainful and hateful gazes of his fellow disciples. He only felt a chill run down his spine. He gathered all his spiritual power and wanted to escape, but a figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was Xuanzong's sect master, Miao Yunzi. Sect master! Sect master is back! Sect master, please don't leave again. Xuanzong needs you. Seeing their former sect master, Xuanzong's disciples were all excited. Qing Chengzi trembled and said in a trembling voice, "Sect master." Miao Yunzi looked at him and sighed. "You have to learn to bear the consequences of your own mistakes." He waved his sleeve and disappeared with Qing Chengzi. When they reappeared, they were already outside the array formation. Dao Chengzi's expression changed. "Miao Yunzi, what are you doing?" Miao Yunzi took out a token and said, "Martial Uncle has ordered that Qing Chengzi has violated the sect rules and is now expelled from Xuanzong. From now on, he will have nothing to do with Xuanzong." With that, he disappeared, leaving only Qing Chengzi outside. Li Mu reached out and grabbed Qing Chengzi to his side. After sealing his spiritual power, Li Mu looked in the direction of Xuanzong. Although the result was inevitable, the process went so smoothly that it was beyond his expectations. 2 years ago, Tianjizi's attitude was still very firm. 2 years later, he actually handed over Qing Chengzi. The contrast between before and after made Li Mu feel very confused. In order to absolutely crush the mysterious sect, he had brought almost all the forces he could mobilize to the mysterious sect. He had even brought a long-distance teleportation array with him. This was to prevent the Devil Dao from taking advantage of the situation, and they would not be able to provide support in time. Li Mu had never really experienced the strength of an 8th realm cultivator. If Tianjizi wholeheartedly protected Qing Chengzi, he was even prepared to face a Dao integration realm cultivator. Now, he felt like he had been preparing for a long time and finally hit cotton. There was an indescribable discomfort in his heart. At this moment, in the silent space, Miao Yunzi said in shock, "In just 2 years, he has actually grown to such a level. He has gathered all the powerful cultivators of the entire Zhu continent around him. Even the dragon tribe of the 4 seas is under his command. Martial Uncle, you have already predicted all of this. Did you already know that he would unite all these forces?" Tianjizi shook his head and said, "The will of the heavens is hard to predict. No one can predict everything. I only know that if we don't force him, when the calamity comes, the beings of the 10 continents won't have any power to resist. In this endless situation of death, he is the only chance of survival." Miao Yunzi murmured, "Taoism, Buddhists, the dragon tribe of the 4 seas, the demon nation, the ghost realm, all these forces have formed an alliance. Even the demonic Tao will have to retreat. What kind of catastrophe is it that requires everyone to unite to resist?" Tianjizi continued to shake his head. "The catastrophe is unpredictable. No one can predict it. But I have a hunch that that day will come soon.